mythical ever to grace a coin. Its design has been known as the ultimate in numismatic design on silver. The reverse. That was contributed by just the 12th chief engraver of the U.S. Mint, John Mercanti. These coins are totally perfect. And a third party has agreed that every one of these coins will be absolutely perfect. And there's a lot of intensive grading. In fact, there's 3 people who grade each coin. So you get the ultimate in accuracy, and in this instance, you get the first day of issue, the highest grade attainable, a proof 70, the highest designation of mirror and contrast, known as cameo. In this case, ultra cameo. When you take a look by year, it really illustrates how many collectors there are of these coins. Take a look at all of these figures relating to each and every year that the coin was produced. Beginning in 1986, 1,446,000 coins were struck. That was the highest mintage year. And demand for the coin, now naturally, first year is always going to be, people are going to, just the first dollar ever made of this sort. But take a look every year. So many collectors are purchasing these coins and building complete collections. That's where these coins go. The dream is to get a perfect graded coin, a perfect grade. Now, it's not very often that the Mint will say, we're only going to strike 200,000 of these coins. Generally, the mintages are open until the window closes, the period of time closes that they can be sold. In this instance, a cap has been put on the mintage. There will be no more than 200,000 coins issued. Well, if you take a look at the 2020 W figures right below it, you can see already how many of those coins were ordered for there to be a high mintage this late in the year. Almost impossible. I would be very, very surprised if it even reaches that maximum. But nonetheless, that's where we're at. This is a pre-sell at $229 for a very special release. First day of issue. There is a really short period of time by which your coins can be submitted to the grading service. There's only one way that it works. For you and me, it would be very difficult to do. Because number one, you got to get in line at the U.S. Mint. You got to buy enough Silver Eagle 2020 S's to even submit to get one in a perfect grade. So you got to buy a lot of multiples. You got to wait for them to come from the U.S. Mint. Don't forget, just started selling these. We're guaranteed to get first day of issue, proof 70 ultra cameo for the very last coin of its kind, $229. I want to let all of you know why this coin is so special. The reverse is going away, but you know what is staying? This exclusive label. Because Rare Collectibles TV owns this label that we call the Reagan Mercanti label. It's exclusive to our network, and it really means a lot. Ronald Reagan was the father of the American Silver Eagle because he signed the bill into law, authorized the U.S. Treasury to start striking these coins, and that was in 1985. It was known as the Liberty Coin Act. It had 2 parts to it. The first part was not the American Silver Eagle. It was the 1986 Statue of Liberty Centennial Celebration. A silver dollar, incidentally, Mr. Mercanti was responsible for that silver dollar as well. A silver dollar was issued, and what they call a rider to the bill, an addendum, if you will, was also signed into law. And that second part of the law authorized the American Eagle program. Now, it's been going strong since 1986. The obverse is featured Adolph A. Wyman's masterpiece of the Walking Liberty half dollar, and the reverse, a tribute to the original heraldic eagle design turn of the 19th century design on silver dollars. Well, that is all going away. And a new reverse will hit the scene in 2021. Well, you can imagine, in this year of the mint being closed, how pent up the demand for this coin is. Have you guys been watching our show? We have featured a silver eagle that is known as the emergency release. And what that simply means is that the U.S. Mint, because they were striking no coins, went back to their archives, to their stockpile, and they released some coins from 2017 that they were holding. Those coins have been highly sought after just because there was nothing available in 2020 from the U.S. Mint. Finally, a small trickle of the current dated silver dollar. And lo and behold, it's the last one ever. This small trickle is coming to Rare Collectibles TV in this form. Let's take one more look. $229 for a perfect Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. San Francisco strut. Very limited maximum mintage of 200,000. When you look at the 1994, that mintage was 372,000. And a 1994 in a perfect Proof 70 grade with an autograph by John Mercanti is nearly $4,000. That mintage is substantially higher than the cap on the mintage of the 2020S. Have you guys ever heard of the term registry set or a registry coin? To put it simply, really what it is an opportunity for us collectors to brag about how fine our collection is, to put together a set that then gets rated by NGC. And they assign a point, in a point system, they assign points to every single issue in that collection that you submit as a registry. And the ultimate goal is to be the #1 holder of the registry set for, let's say, the Morgan dollar, or the Walking Liberty half dollar, or the Peace dollar, or the Lincoln cent, or the American Silver Eagle dollar. Now, NGC has recognized by recording our populations of our exclusive label, this Reagan Mercanti label, they are now recording the populations separately from all the other Mercanti autograph labels. Ours will be the only label that has those individual designations. This is information that will allow you to put together the finest registry sets attainable. This exclusive label with a Proof 70 grade is all Rare Collectibles TV. And one of the reasons why we love this label is the connection. The connection between Ronald Reagan and John Mercanti was a really amazing one. John Mercanti first came to work at the United States Mint in 1974. His tenure at the U.S. Mint lasted all the way to 2010. He finally became just the 12th chief engraver. And that's how he retired. But his career featured things like this. You see that Ronald Reagan that was created by John Mercanti when he was at the U.S. Mint. He sculpted that. Reagan became president when Mercanti was at the U.S. Mint. Mercanti was at the Rose Garden during the signing of the Liberty Coin Act that authorized these coins. His connection to Ronald Reagan, timeless. So Reagan appears on our label because that bust that you saw that was sculpted by Mercanti became that label. That artwork was based on that sculpture he did. And he signed it, each one of those. So the connection that John Mercanti had to Ronald Reagan and to the United States Mint and to this silver dollar, timeless. But his reverse is being retired. So 2020 is the last year. And specifically, this coin from San Francisco, the last silver eagle the U.S. Mint will issue in proof that bears the original heraldic eagle design of John Mercanti, the 2020S. Now, everybody who buys a coin right now at $229 is guaranteed the following: an absolute perfect example graded by NGC with our exclusive label. Guarantee, absolutely, of this coin being the last proof silver dollar of its kind. There will never be another one. A perfect proof 70 grade. Now, I got to tell you, first day of issue is really important here. Imagine being able to own a first day of issue of the last silver dollar of its kind in the highest grade attainable, $229. If you can see your way to do it, purchase as many of these coins as you can, because from first day of issue, what's lasts really just, it's fleeting. Just like the name describes, first day of issue. So once that's gone, they then go to early release, which is pretty darn good. What you want is the very last one designated as the first ones at the grading service, the first day of issue. That's everything. And we have it all with a great price as well. Ladies and gentlemen, the reason why you watch Rare Collectibles TV is just for this sort of an event. We love rarity and we love a great price. But when you couple all of that with everything this coin has going for it, our exclusive label, the highest grade, the last one of its kind, a fantastic inside price, you're going to want to own more than one of these. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of this presentation. Here's the warning. The last one of its kind in the highest grade you can get, first day of issue. That is it right now. Don't miss out. $229. Don't go anywhere. More great coins are coming up. Thanks so much for watching. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Rare Collectibles TV. I'm James Gerstel. The reason why I'm so excited is because we have the final coin in the American Silver Eagle series, the American Silver Eagle dollar. You know the coin, one of the most beautiful coins ever, first struck in 1986, part of the Ronald Reagan legacy when he was president. But here it is. We have come to the very end of the...
Hi, I'm Rick Tamaska, and this is Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Rick's U.S. Coin Show is a brand new show that brings you rare, high quality, and unique coins at the most affordable prices on TV.
My name's Jack McNamara, and I love coins.
We're the Tamaska girls, Kim and Caitlin.
Here at Rare Collectibles TV, we know what kind of coins you want, because we're collectors ourselves.
I've been collecting coins for over 40 years.
I love finding coins all across the country and bringing them to you.
Whether you're new to coin collecting or an old pro, we've got the coins you're looking for.
After my first book, dealers began calling me the Cameo King.
Coin rarity and quality are what matter most to me.
Now that's eye appeal.
I do love Franklin's and Kennedy's.
Rare unique coins
at the most affordable prices.
Coins are in my blood.
Now that's a beauty.
My goal is to bring you the ultimate in superb rare coins. Do you want the best? I am a huge admirer of General and then President Dwight David Eisenhower. I mean, he was our supreme Allied commander on the European front during World War II. The supreme Allied commander. In other words, he was in charge of all the other generals from all the other countries. And then after the war, he always considered himself a soldier. He never considered himself a politician. But in the early 1950s, both the Democrat and Republican parties talked to Dwight, and they felt, the country really needed his leadership at that point in time. And both parties were courting him. Dwight Eisenhower, he never considered himself a politician. He had no real interest in becoming president. But after some discussion, he decided he was going to run for president on the Republican Party ticket, simply because he felt he had more values aligned with the Republican Party at the time than the Democrat Party. And so he ran as a Republican. He had 2 very successful terms. He instituted our interstate highway system that we have today. Most importantly, 1957, really important civil rights legislation, integrating our schools throughout our country, was passed under his watch in 1957, and he had to enforce it with federal troops at the time. So he was a great American, and I was so pleased when the U.S. Mint decided to honor him with a silver dollar of his likeness. The Eisenhower dollar was struck from 1971 to 1978. And I'm going to focus on the Proof Eisenhower dollar series. This is a great series to collect in exceptional condition. There are only 11 different dates and mint marks. So it's not like a Morgan dollar series where you have 100 different dates and mint marks. There are 11 different dates and mint marks. But of those 11, folks, I would say 9 of them are extremely challenging to acquire in the highest possible grade, Proof 69 Ultra Cameo. You see, the problem with Eisenhower dollars is the era they were struck in. This was an era of transition at the proof-making facility at the United States Mint. And the proof coins being struck back then really, for the most part, were just not state-of-the-art compared to today. Most of them were very, very low-quality coins, and the packaging was very low quality as well. Now, we are talking about specifically proof Eisenhower dollars. That's very important because Eisenhower dollars, when you look at the total mintages, in mint state condition, over 700 million were struck in mint state condition, most of which went into commerce. But in proof condition, of the 11 different dates and mint marks, only a total of 31 million coins. That's only about 4% of the total Eisenhower dollar mintage. But what's most important is, as small as that number is, most of the coins are really low quality. Again, these Eisenhower dollars were struck in an era when the mint was really looking into ways to improve the quality of their proof coins. I mean, a proof coin, folks, is meant to represent the state of the art, the finest possible quality the mint's able to produce given the technology of the day. Now, today, the technology involved in making proof coins truly is state-of-the-art. When you get a proof set today, you get an amazing set with every coin a beautiful black and white cameo. Not so during the Eisenhower years, with the exception of the last year in the Eisenhower dollar series. That last year, 1978, was the breakthrough year at the mint regarding proof making. Because when you bought a 1978 proof set, now look at the cameo frost on that Eisenhower dollar, folks. Incredible, intense, frosted white portrait on the obverse and reverse. That's state of the art. But that was 1978. That was when the mint finally perfected the art of proof making. They still had issues with packaging, but boy, the proofs were absolutely stunning. But then there are those other 10 dates in the series. Starting with the first year of the Eisenhower dollar series, 1971, the silver issues. They came in these brown boxes. So we call them brown Ikes. I call them body bags. I mean, the quality was horrible. The materials used were horrible. Here's a 1971 proof Ike in the original packaging. You know, as few of these coins as were struck, the majority are just absolutely horrendous. That's the first year of the series, 1971, when they were struck in 40% silver. Here's a typical 1973 silver Ike. These holders, folks, were ticking time bombs because the materials in these holders were not inert. The longer the coin's in this holder, the more the coin deteriorates. And then you get the clad Eisenhower dollars, which were first struck in 1973 as part of a proof set. And they had the same problems with the materials. Here's a 1973. This is the first clad date in the series. Here's a bicentennial. This is a type 1 variety. Not as bad, but very lightly frosted, not terribly attractive. I'll show you one more. Here's a 1974. Here's the bottom line. Proof Eisenhower dollars are all about condition rarity, very much like Morgan dollars. I mean, a Morgan dollar 1880, for example, in low-grade mint state 60 condition may only be about a $75 or $100 coin. But you get one in MS65 and it's a $20,000, $30,000 coin. It's the same thing with proof Eisenhower dollars. The key is to have them strictly graded. And this is something I've worked with NGC on the past 2 years. Designing my own pedigree holder. I call it my I Like Ike holder, where NGC first grades the Ikes that come through their grading service. They assign grades to these coins. And then they send the coins to me, and I personally review them to see if they meet my standard of what a 6.9 Ultra Cameo or 6.8 Ultra Cameo should be. And folks, I have a vested interest in this. This has been my area of specialty for the past 40 years. United States proof coins struck after World War II. I've written several books on the subject. I've got a couple more books in the works. I've been speaking with Whitman about getting a second edition of my very first book, having a reprint edition done, cameo and brilliant proof coinage of the 1950 to 1970 era, because there is so much burgeoning interest in this field of the finest proof coins struck after World War II. So my Eisenhower pedigree holder, to give you an idea of the difference in eye appeal, the difference in quality, I have this comparison. 3 coins, all the exact same grade. Proof 69 Ultra Cameo. Now, PCGS calls it Deep Cameo, but it's the equivalent to the NGC Ultra Cameo. But folks, it all depends on the standard you apply. If I'm grading an Eisenhower dollar, it's going to have very strong Ultra Cameo contrast. You take a look at the coin in the middle, in my I Like Ike holder. That's a coin with exceptional cameo contrast on the obverse and reverse. As you see here, a frosted snow white portrait. This is what an Ultra Cameo should look like. And that's why this coin goes in my I Like Ike holder. Coin on the right, a little light on the frost. You can see that the top of Eisenhower's head is shaded, and there's some unattractive toning around the periphery. This stays in the generic NGC holder. It does not go into my pedigree holder, folks. And then the coin on the left, the PCGS Proof 69 Deep Cameo. Again, in my opinion, it doesn't merit an Ultra Cameo designation. It's just not frosted enough. Look, folks, in 1992, I was the guy that initially got together with both PCGS and NGC to help them establish their Cameo, Deep Cameo, Ultra Cameo grading standards. I came out with my first book, Cameo and Brilliant Proof Coinage of the 1950 to 1970 era, and we developed standards for what should constitute a cameo and what should constitute an Ultra Cameo. And those are the standards I'm applying to these coins. Before 1992, there was no ultra cameo, deep cameo designation, folks. It all began with that first book. And I'm applying those standards to this series. And when you apply them to the Eisenhower Dollar Series, you get some really, really rare coins at a great, great price. Over the past year, I have reviewed literally tens of thousands of the finest proof Eisenhower dollars. And here's the population totals to date of the Eisenhower dollars that have gone into the pedigree holder in the highest proof 69 Ultra Cameo grade. 71S silver, that first year of issue, only 140 coins. The 72S, only 152. Your clad issues from 1973 through 1976 are going to be the rarest issues in 6.9 Ultra Cameo. Why? Because that clad metal, the clad metal was a harder metal, a harder planchet than the silver planchet. And so when the die came down to strike these cameo coins, the die striking the clad planchets would wear much quicker. So you had far fewer Eisenhower dollars struck with ultra cameo contrast. So you see the 73S to date, only 46 examples certified. The 73S silver, only 85. 74S clad, 43. The 76S clad type 1, 51 coins. The clad type 2 76S, only 46 coins. And I'm going to show you in just a minute what the type 1 and the type 2 are. And then you had the 76S silver, struck the same year, but it's a silver planchet. They're not quite as rare in Ultra Cameo, 112 graded. And then the 77S, 72, and 78S, there's, at the moment of this presentation, there is a total of 85. But I have a number of 70 plus there in parentheses of coins that I have personally reviewed that are in encapsulation right now as we speak that will be added to this population in a very short time. Of the 11 dates, as I intimated at the beginning of the presentation, the 78S is the highest quality issue. That's going to have the highest population in proof 69 Ultra Cameo. That's the breakthrough year. The first 10 years, folks, are so difficult. Take a look at all 11 of these coins in proof 69 Ultra Cameo. I have this entire set today for less than $200 a coin. The first year of issue, struck in silver, the 1971S, proof 69 Ultra Cameo. Highest grade Ultra Cameo in the pedigree I Like Ike holder. The second year, the 72S, 6.9 Ultra Cameo. The third year, 73S is the lowest vintage Ike. Just over 1 million were struck in 6.9 Ultra Cameo. Very few grading 6.9 Ultra Cameo, folks. 73S clad, very rare, very key date. Now, to get an Ultra Cameo designation, this is very important. The coin has to have Ultra Cameo contrast on both the obverse and reverse. You have a lot of Eisenhower dollars that had exceptional obverse contrast, but very light reverse contrast. They don't get an Ultra Cameo designation. Now, here's another 1973S clad with a beautiful Ultra Cameo obverse. But it's not graded Ultra Cameo, it's graded proof 69 star. Well, why is that? Well, because when you flip the coin over and look at the reverse, it has very light contrast. So it only gets a star designation. And this is also what makes these Eisenhower dollars so rare in Ultra Cameo. Both the obverse and reverse need to have this Ultra Cameo contrast. We go to the next coin, the 74S silver. Only 47 examples graded to date. I showed you one of them in the original brown boxes. Most of them are very heavily toned, very unattractive. 74S clad, another very rare issue in Ultra Cameo condition. To date, only 43 examples. And then we have the bicentennial years. The silver bicentennial, proof 69 Ultra Cameo. And the next coin, the Type 1, extremely rare, only 51 examples. The Type 1 was struck in 1975. And then the following year, 1976, they struck the bicentennial, but they struck it with a different reverse. And so we refer to it as the Type 2. It also is extremely rare, approximately as rare as the Type 1. Now, let's show the viewers the difference between a Type 1 and a Type 2. I was talking to you earlier about the hardness of those clad planchets and how they wore the dies more quickly. Here you see the typical reverse of the Eisenhower dollar, with the eagle has landed, and there you see the bicentennial reverse. Now that's the silver reverse. Now we also have on the next line the 3 Eisenhower dollars. Now the clad Type 1 and the silver use the same reverse design with the same thick lettering. What the Mint discovered when they were trying to strike these Eisenhower dollars with this clad Type 1 reverse is that they were having a problem with getting proper metal flow to the deepest portions of the die. And so for the next year, they changed the lettering on the coin and made the lettering much thinner. And that's the Type 2 that you'll see next. And there you can see the distinct lettering between the Type 1 and the Type 2. Here we're zooming in on the lower portion of each reverse, the Type 1 on top there, and you can see the thick lettering in $1. And then in the Type 2, how much thinner the lettering of the $1 is for that variety. So it's a real obvious difference. These are 2 important varieties in the Eisenhower dollar series. And then we get to the last 2 dates in the series. The 1977, where you began to see a real improvement at the Mint in the quality of the cameos that were being struck. Significantly better than the previous years. 1977, there was a tremendous improvement in the quality of the cameos being struck at the Mint in 1977. They were almost at the point where they really had it right. And so 1977 is a really good year for cameos. But 1978 was really the breakthrough year, when virtually every Eisenhower dollar struck is going to be a really nice ultra cameo. But that's the only year in the series. What makes this set so extraordinary is the fact that those earlier 10 dates are the same quality as that 1978. The only difference is that they're much, much, much rarer. I have a limited number of these sets, folks. I'm thrilled to be able to offer these sets for less than $200 a coin. I have a limited number while I have them. The entire set is $1,995. You see, every one of those coins also has my Everest seal. Just a little bonus. Every coin has an Everest seal signifying it's among the finest in existence for its date and grade. $1,995. If you can't swing the entire amount, we have a 2-payment option. Put half down today of $997.50, and we will hold one of these sets for you and pay the balance in 30 days. That is so critically important because this, again, the set is so difficult to assemble. I have literally tens of thousands of Eisenhower dollars in my inventory in proof condition. Tens of thousands from Eisenhower dollars that I have personally looked through. Folks, over the past year, I have literally gone through at least 100,000 proof Ikes to be able to assemble this small group in proof 69 Ultra Cameo. I have thousands of proof Ikes right now in my inventory in 6.8 Cameo and 6.9 Cameo. And I've got some specials on these, and these are really nice coins. I mean, another grading service might grade them Proof 69 Deep Cameo or Proof 68 Deep Cameo. Take a look at some of these other 1976 Type 1s that I have a special on today. I have several hundred in inventory. These are really nice coins. If you want just a really nice Eisenhower dollar of a tough date, very conservatively graded. Folks, these are among the finest bicentennial clad Type 1s, Proof 68 Cameo. They represent perhaps the top 2% of all the Type 1s struck by the U.S. Mint. They're extremely scarce in 6.8 Cameo, very conservatively graded. I've got a special on these coins if you want just one really nice Ike. Conservatively graded, these are available for only $49 a coin. In this pedigree holder. And I have a 10 coin special. If you want 10 examples in Proof 68 Cameo, and again, they are so close to being Ultra Cameo. They're very conservatively graded. They're spot-free coins, haze-free. You can own 10 for only $459. That's $45.90 a coin. And then I have the same date in Proof 69 Cameo. Look at these. Exceptional cameo contrast, obverse and reverse in the highest proof grade in a pedigree holder, and they're only $79 a coin. And there's a 10 coin special. Folks, I've got a couple hundred of these in 6.8 Cameo and a couple hundred in 6.9 Cameo. So I have them at a great price. I'd like you to buy 10 of them. I can offer you 10 for only $695. That's $69.50 a coin for some exceptional Eisenhower dollars of the 1976 Type 1 variety. But in closing, for those of you who are like myself, who only want the best, there is the 6.9 Ultra Cameo set. I only have a handful of those sets. They are my pride and joy. This is such a great silver dollar series to collect in proof condition when they are strictly graded as we have here. It's very important to mention that as part of my agreement with NGC is that these Eisenhower dollars in this pedigree holder have their own independent population number in the NGC census report, folks. So when I give you these census numbers, if you go and look on the NGC website, you will see those same exact numbers. There are a lot of collectors and dealers who are becoming aware of how rare these Eisenhower dollars are in exceptional cameo condition. Here's just a few comps of some. Here's the 78S, again, the most common date for $140. That is the common date in the series. The 77S, it's a tougher date, $250. The 76S silver, $287. And then you have that clad type 2, one of those key dates, $500. Again, you've got basically 4 really tough key dates in this set. The 73S clad, the 74S clad, 76S clad type 1 and type 2. Those 4 dates are basically $500 coins apiece. You're getting the entire set for only $1,995. It's available on the 2-pay option. I've got the entire set today for just 2 payments of $997.50. I've got the entire set in the highest Ultra Cameo grade, Proof 69 Ultra Cameo, folks. There are few areas in the U.S. numismatics where you can get some really rare proof coins in the finest condition for less than $200 a coin. And dollars no less. Dollar-sized coins. This Eisenhower dollar series in these I Like Ike pedigree holders have so much future potential for you, your kids, your grandkids. These coins are national treasures. So few Ikes struck and surviving today in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo, like you see here in my pedigree holder. I truly hope you can take advantage of this collector opportunity. Thank you for watching.
have one of the most important silver dollars ever struck in the history of American numismatics. These coins literally should not exist. In fact, the U.S. Mint had no intention of producing any more silver dollars at all after 1904. And if it had not been for the tragedy of World War I, and if it had not been for America's obligation to fight against tyranny and preserve freedom, these coins would never have been struck. These coins symbolize America's never-ending fight to liberate the world from injustice and bring peace to this earth. The coins I have today are the 1921 Philadelphia Mint-issued Morgan dollars. So, why are these coins so closely connected to World War I? Well, in 1918, World War I had been raging for 4 years. At this point, Germany and the Central Powers were desperate, and they were being pushed back on all fronts. They saw only one chance to win the war: sabotage. So they began spreading rumors in Great Britain's largest colony, India. The Central Powers began spreading rumors about how Britain had no silver to back their currency, which essentially caused a panic among the people of India, who were all trying to exchange their paper currency for silver. Of course, with all of the Indian people doing this at once, economic collapse would soon occur, and Britain, one of the most powerful allies, would have to divert war efforts to quell an uprising in India. This is when America stepped in to keep Britain in the fight. Our solution was the Pittman Act of 1918, which melted down about 270 million silver dollars, which were then just sold to Britain at $1 an ounce. I mean, that's at our cost, so there was no profit here. This was not a business endeavor. This was done to restore peace to the world. In the end, this step taken by America allowed Britain to stay in the war. There was no longer any risk because Britain knew they could back their currency with precious metal, even if the Indian people all exchanged their currency. Together, the U.S., Great Britain, and the Allies achieved victory. Part of the Pittman Act, however, required that the U.S. government strike a silver dollar to replace each one that was melted down in 1918. As a result, the Morgan dollar came back for one final year of production in 1921. Of course, not every coin struck to replenish the United States silver dollar supply was a Morgan, as the peace dollar was released later that year. We really got lucky with these 1921 Morgan dollars. In fact, all of the die hubs used to produce coins until 1904 had been completely destroyed by then. So chief engraver George T. Morgan had to recreate the dies just for this single year of issue, 1921. Like I said, these coins truly should not exist. If it hadn't been for World War I and the complications that occurred, if it hadn't been for America's unselfish willingness to aid Britain, then the war could not have been won, then peace could not have been restored, and that's exactly why these coins are such symbolic treasures to add to your numismatic collection. And today, one of these circulated examples of one of the most significant coins to ever be produced in U.S. history can be yours for the low, low price of only $49. At a time when Morgan dollars are as hard to find as they've ever been, we're offering these historic coins for just $49. Now, like I said, these coins are in average circulated condition, so these are the kind of coins you would have found in your pocket in the 1920s. You know, they're coins that circulated briefly. There's no major damage, scratches, holes, any problems like that, but they're just coins that have some wholesome, honest wear, circulated for a short period of time. I love coins like this. They're a great place to start. You can give them to a kid and not worry about, you know, if you had a mint state 70 coin, the grade being affected. You know, these are coins that we get them in bags. They're coins that, you know, you could put it in your pocket as a good luck charm. Like, for example, Theodore Roosevelt was known to carry an ancient Greek coin in his pocket. A lot of collectors, you know, they'd call that a pocket piece. You know, this is the kind of coin, like I said, you give to a kid to carry around. And because it's not a gem quality coin, you don't have to worry about getting a little bit of wear. Just, I take good care of it and protect it the best I could, but it's that kind of a piece that you can have a 100-year-old coin in your pocket. Again, this is an offer I would truly advise each of you to take advantage while it's still available at just $49 for this iconic coin from this iconic series. These are coins from the final year of issue from the series and are among the most popular coins in the series for that reason. And with the new release of the 2021 Morgan Dollar coming later this year, the demand for these 1921 Philadelphia Morgan Dollars has risen immensely. Finding any of these coins in any grade has become a tremendous task. But luckily, we here at Rare Collectibles TV are able to offer these iconic coins to you today at the low price of just $49 each. As always at Rare Collectibles TV, when we find a great deal, we like to pass it on to all of you, and that is exactly what we're doing today with these historic silver dollars. I mean, think about that. For just $49, less than $50, you're getting a coin that is 100 years old. You're getting a coin that's approaching an ounce of silver. It's over 3/4 of an ounce. And then, and those things are secondary. I mean, really, you're getting a piece of history, and it's just $49. It is such an incredible piece of history that you could keep in your pocket. Take advantage of this offer while it's still available. I'm Jack McNamara. Thank you for watching.
Tuning in for the first time, I have something very special for you. This is exquisite, because the collection I have for you today, while it is a limited time offer at the price I have it at, this collection will rank as among the most important collections in all of the United States rare coins. I mean, in terms of their historical significance to our country, the incredible beauty of these coins, without question, one of the most beautiful coins ever struck by the United States Mint. The dimensions of the coin. These are the largest silver dollars ever struck by the United States Mint. And they're not struck in clad metal, like all the coins in your pocket change that you find today. These coins are struck in .999 pure silver, mined in America. Again, I have a limited number of these sets. It's a limited time offer at this price, folks. Because the sets I have for you today are struck in proof condition. Proof coins represent the finest possible quality the Mint is able to produce given the technology of the day. The making of a proof coin is a very labor-intensive process. And so the Mint is only able to strike a limited number of these coins each year. Please take a look at this set, the 35 coin American Silver Eagle with the heraldic Eagle reverse set. Every year it was struck from 1986 to the last year of the heraldic Eagle reverse, 2021. Now, when you look at each one of these coins, look at these. These are proof coins, folks. Deeply mirrored fields. That black you see there in the field surrounding Liberty, that's actually an actual mirror. These coins are polished. That frost is laser etched in there to create this spectacular two-tone cameo effect. They're extremely rare in this condition. To get a coin this size, this large silver dollar, much larger in dimension than a Morgan dollar, in this flawless condition, and the price will just knock your socks off. This truly is a moment in time when you can get something so extraordinary at such a collector-friendly price. What makes this set of proof American Silver Eagles so significant is that it represents the end of an era in the American Silver Eagle series. This is a series that has grown to be the most widely collected silver dollar in all of the United States numismatics, folks. The end of an era, because in the year 2021, the U.S. Mint made United States numismatic history with an announcement. It was the headline in publications across our nation. Here are but a few. 2021, a new American Gold Silver Eagle reverse is coming in 2021. New American Eagle reverse design debuts in 2021. And down below you can see it says Original American Silver Eagle Design, a Mercanti masterpiece. That's the heraldic eagle design that you see on these coins in this set. Here's another headline showing the new reverses of the new American Silver Eagle and the new American Gold Eagle. These are what is referred to as the Type 2 varieties. Now, the American Silver Eagle Dollar Series was first struck on November 24th, 1986. That original coin design, as we have come to know it, and as you see here, received a major redesign of the reverse in 2021. While the obverse of the American Silver Eagle would continue on with the classic Walking Liberty design, originally created by Adolph Weinman and first introduced on the half dollar struck in 1916. That obverse will continue on. The reverse of the coin, however, with the famous heraldic eagle, designed by the last chief engraver of the United States Mint, John Mercanti, will be no more. Now, there are many important reasons for the tremendous popularity of the American Silver Eagle dollar. First of all, it is a full ounce of silver mined in the United States of America. All previous silver dollars, for example, the Morgan dollar, was struck in 90% silver, and it contained 0.774 of an ounce of silver. And Sasha has a Morgan dollar to compare it to the American Silver Eagle. It's a significant difference. Again, that Morgan dollar, about 3/4 of an ounce of silver. And then there is the obverse of the American Silver Eagle, what we refer to as the Walking Liberty design. Folks, it's the perfect marriage of beautiful art with great American symbolism and meaning. This incredibly inspirational image, struck with the most advanced minting technology, the finest craftsmen and women given the responsibility of turning this great art into the most beautiful, perfect embodiment of our nation's great heritage in the form of the American Silver Eagle coin. It's no wonder this silver dollar series is going down in United States history as the most popular silver dollar ever struck by the United States Mint. Now, the obverse, that Walking Liberty obverse, actually saw its origins, as I stated earlier, with the Walking Liberty half dollar, first struck in 1916, designed by Adolph Weinman. Here's a circulated example, dated 1941. Folks, this was the first half dollar I ever collected. This coin was given to me by my dad when I was 10 years old, and I've kept it ever since. When he first gave this coin to me, at first I thought it was a foreign coin, as I had never seen a coin like it. It was very old, very worn, dated 1941, but then I looked closer. It had the phrase, United States of America, around the reverse. In God We Trust, at 4 o'clock on the obverse, and Liberty around the perimeter at the top of the coin. Liberty. I was struck by the words, the symbolism, this graceful, flowing image of Lady Liberty striding across the landscape, her right hand outstretched in a gesture of hope, freedom, and peace, and the sun rising on the horizon. This classic was last struck in 1947. And then on July 9th, 1985, then President Ronald Reagan signed a historic law establishing the minting of a new silver dollar, struck only from silver mined in the United States of America. It was titled the Liberty Coin Act of 1985. And the coin would use this mythic image of liberty for the new silver dollar obverse. When then President Reagan signed that legislation authorizing the minting of this new silver dollar, the objective was to simply strike the most beautiful, captivating, and timeless, whether or not you were a collector, the most beautiful silver dollar ever struck in the world. And going by the incredible popularity of this silver dollar today, it was mission accomplished. This new silver dollar was first released by the Mint on November 24th, 1986. Now, what is most important to understand, the vast majority of American silver eagles are struck in mint state. They're essentially considered bullion coins. As bullion coins, they are not proofs as I have for you today. The dies and planchets of mint state American silver eagles do not receive any special treatment. The coins are shipped in tubes where they often abrade with one another. So each year, by far, the vast majority of American silver eagles struck are the mint state version. And here is a chart showing the mintages of all the American eagles from the first year of issue, 1986, how many were struck in mint state and how many were struck in proof. Again, with all the labor involved, all the technology involved in the making of a proof coin, the proof coins are struck in very limited numbers. When you add them all up, I don't have the final 2021 numbers, but the mid-state coins come to around 565 million coins struck in mid-state. The proof coins only 22.8 million for each of these years. That's less than 4% of the total mintage of all the American Silver Eagles. So the proof American Silver Eagle, folks, if you want the ultimate, it's the proof coin, especially in the condition we have these for you today. Proof 69 Ultra Cameo. The proof American Silver Eagles, again, are struck in very limited quantities. There's a tremendous amount of technology and labor and craftsmanship that goes into the making of a proof coin. If you're new to collecting, a proof coin is meant to represent the state of the art, the highest possible quality the mint is able to produce given the technology of the day. Proof coins are nothing new. Proof coins have been struck by the United States Mint since the early 1800s. In fact, here is a picture of what is believed to be the very first proof silver dollar ever struck, a 1794 silver dollar they call a specimen because it received special treatment, and this would be the first proof silver dollar ever struck, this 1794 dollar. It's valued upwards of $10 million. Proof coins are always struck in very limited numbers because of all the labor and technology and craftsmanship involved. A proof die, just the creation of a proof die, the mint takes the finest dies and they polish them until the dies have a mirror-like finish, a flawless surface. They give the coin blanks a kind of polishing treatment as well. They put those dies in place and they slowly feed the blanks into the die. And each blank is not struck once, but twice under higher pressure to bring out every possible detail of the design. And then most importantly, once struck, while the mint state American Silver Eagles may be dumped into bins where they may braid with other coins, proof coins are individually handled and they're put in their own separate compartment. They're not allowed to braid with any other coins. And then these proof dies, folks, because every proof needs to be struck from these highly polished dies. At the first sign of wear, a proof die would be removed and replaced with a brand new proof die. Whereas the mint state coins would strike far, far more coins before that die would be replaced. So you look at all those steps involved. That is what makes these coins so superior, so rare, and so desirable. All that craftsmanship that goes into making these coins to make a coin of this incredible beauty. It's hard to believe that when you look at one of these coins that it was just struck in silver, and you see this black mirrored field, and this flowing, walking liberty, snow white obverse. It's a work of art. So when you look at a mint state American Silver Eagle and a proof American Silver Eagle, folks, it's night and day. Sasha's holding a mint state example. When we zoom in, it's a lovely coin, well struck, but you can find small marks on the surface of the coin, marks from a braiding, contact with other American Silver Eagles. This 1998. And you can see the satiny surfaces. They're not mirrored surfaces. And then we look at this proof. I mean, from day one, folks, when I started collecting when I was 10 years old, this is why I was always attracted to proof coins, because you get so much eye appeal, so much quality, and so much rarity at such a great, great collector-friendly price. These proof coins in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo. Now, Proof 69 Ultra Cameo, what exactly does that mean? Well, coins are graded on a scale from a low of 1 to a high of 70. 1 would be a very heavily worn coin. You could barely read the date. 70 represents perfection under high magnification. So when a grader at NGC gets a coin that looks flawless under normal magnification, they put it aside and study it under even higher magnification. And if under that higher magnification it is still flawless, it gets a grade of 70. If, however, under that higher magnification they see the tiniest flaw, it gets a grade of 69. So in other words, folks, you're looking at coins that are truly flawless to the eye, even under low magnification. To have a silver dollar, this magnificent silver dollar, this size, this perfect, these coins are so rare. Proof 69 Ultra Cameo. The best part of all is the price. The entire 35 coin set, folks. 35 coin set, $4,795. That comes out to about $137 a coin for the entire Heraldic Eagle collection. To make it even easier, you can put half down today of $2,397.50, and we will hold one of these sets for you and pay the balance in 30 days. And that is so very, very important because, again, these sets are available in very limited quantities. Extremely difficult to put together a complete set like this in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo. Now, here's the important part. Once again, as beautiful and as captivating as the obverse of this coin is, there is the Heraldic Eagle reverse. The Heraldic Eagle, folks. The Heraldic Eagle first appeared on our silver dollars in 1798. The Heraldic Eagle was used and is used today for the Great Seal of the United States of America. It's been almost 200 years since its last appearance. It was the perfect choice when Chief Engraver John Mercanti used this classic for the American Eagle silver dollar. 2021 is the last year the Heraldic Eagle appears on the American Silver Eagle dollar. Folks, when the Mint announced they would only strike 320,000 American Silver Eagles with the original Heraldic Eagle reverse in proof condition for the year 2021, that it would be the final year of the Heraldic Eagle reverse. Now, in the announcement, the Mint informed the public that this final year of the American Silver Eagle with the Heraldic Eagle reverse would be available for purchase at 9 a.m. Pacific Time, February 11th, 2021. By 9:03, February 11th, they were sold out. The Mint sold out the entire commitment of 320,000 coins in less than 3 minutes. Never in the history of the United States Mint was a coin sold out this quickly. This translates to an army of new collectors attracted to this incredibly popular series, these beautiful classic silver dollars, for the very first time. This complete 1986 to 2021 American Heraldic Eagle silver dollar collection, from the first year of the Heraldic Eagle series, 1986, to the final year, 2021. There are so many historic implications. The demand for these new American Silver Eagles with the new reverse will be historic. You're going to see an army of new collectors attracted to this series, these beautiful classic silver dollars for the very first time. But of greatest importance is that the earlier dates, the rarest dates in high-grade proof condition, will be in the greatest demand what is most important for you to understand, when I talked about the art of proof making, there was that key phrase describing what a proof coin represents, that a proof coin is the state of the art, the finest possible quality the mint is able to produce given the technology of the day. That last phrase, the state of the art, the finest possible quality the mint is able to produce given the technology of the day, is most important to understanding and appreciating the quality and rarity of this set. In the earliest years of the American Silver Eagle series, when the coins were struck at the San Francisco Mint from 1986 to 1992, and the Philadelphia Mint from 1993 to 2000, and the early years at the West Point Mint from 2001 to 2005, the state of the art back then, folks, was not nearly as advanced as it is today. Far fewer American Eagles survived an exceptional high-grade proof condition from this earlier era. Here's but one example. Here's how the proof coins were issued from the mint. This is 1998 in this white box with this felt snap open, and the coins are encased in a capsule, a protective capsule. It looks lovely. But when we look closer at this coin, you look around the perimeter from about 1 o'clock to 4 o'clock around the rim. You see all that white haze, all that spotting. That doesn't come off. That's imperfections in the proof-making process. These were the early years of the American Silver Eagle series. There are very few survivors that are flawless to the eye. And that's what makes this set so special. We seem to be living in some inflationary times right now when everybody seems to be asking more, charging more for whatever it is they want to sell. We're not biting, folks. As always, when we get something this special, it is always based on our cost. It's not based on what the market will bear. We got a great deal on an amazing collection of proof American Silver Eagles with some sensational grades. We're passing our good fortune on to you today. Again, this entire set, Heraldic Eagle Reverse, is available on the 2-payment option. All you have to do is put down $2,397.50 today, and we'll hold one of these sets for you and pay the balance in 30 days. If you do the math, folks, that comes out to $137 a coin. And here's what you get. Your coins are certified by the best grading service in the country, in state-of-the-art holders. If you were to submit one of these coins yourself and send it to NGC, the grading fee alone would be $25. You would want your coin curated to make sure that there are no contaminants on the surface of the coin. All our coins are curated. The surfaces are absolutely neutralized to ensure that the coins in these holders will be as pristine and beautiful 100 years from now as they are today. Curation fee is $20. There's a $10 handling fee. There's a $24 shipping fee. Everything gets shipped to you registered mail. Total service fees are about $80. And then you have to ship it to NGC. Then there's the cost of the coin, which is at least $80. If you want to buy a brand new 2021 or 2022 Proof American Silver Eagle from the mint today, it's going to cost you around $80. So at the very minimum, to get one of these coins graded is going to be in the $180 to $200 range. That's close to $6,500 over 35 coins, and that's assuming you're going to get all 6 nines, folks, because there are so many of these coins that look really, really nice to the naked eye, but the slightest imperfection, and the coin is a 6/8 or a 6/7. We've done all the work for you. This is a dream come true collection. This is a collection which will be so good to you. Pass on to your children, your grandchildren. There is so much history here. This is our heritage. This is what our country is all about, embodied on these beautiful works of art, on the obverse, that walking Liberty design, and that heraldic eagle reverse. the Great Seal of the United States of America. And it's all for only 2 payments of $2,397.50. I hope you can get yourself at least one of these sets, folks. Thank you for watching.
This is your lucky day. I am James Gerstel. You're watching Rare Collectibles TV. Have you guys heard about the emergency production of Silver Eagles at the Philadelphia Mint that has been going on for a very short period of time, for 2020 and 2021? Now, we all know that it's the last year or so been different than any other time in our history for at least a century. And as a result, there's been shortages of a lot of stuff. And one of the biggest shortages of all lately has been silver. And it seems that in trying times, everybody wants one of the original forms of money. And silver has become extremely popular. The most popular form of silver of all are American silver dollars. It's always been that way. Morgan dollars are collected by generations and thousands of collectors. Peace dollars. Everybody wants a peace dollar. And when you go back even further, trade dollars and seated liberty dollars and flowing hair dollars, if you're ever lucky enough to get one of the originals. American silver dollars have been collected since the late 1700s, from the very founding of the mint. Rarely in the history of the United States of America does the government invoke its emergency powers to literally mandate that the mints strike coins to be disseminated to the American public. This happened in 2020 and in 2021. It hadn't happened for a really long time. The last time we saw anything like emergency production for coins was during World War II. Beginning in 1942, the lowly Jefferson nickel. Well, nickel was a major component of the war effort. So the government had to remove all the nickel from production of all U.S. coinage, and they replaced it with, of all things, solid silver. Well, that was the Silver War nickels. They were struck from 1942 to 1945. And the reason for that was emergency production. And how can you tell a Jefferson nickel that's produced under emergency production rules, if you will? You see that mint mark on the reverse of that coin at the very top of the dome of Monticello? That big P mint mark indicates that that is a Silver War nickel, emergency production. In 1943, copper was extremely vital to the war effort. There were a lot of Lincoln pennies being produced, millions and millions. All the copper was removed from the Lincoln penny. It was substituted with steel and zinc. Steel pennies, 1943. How could you tell that was emergency production? It was the only time that a penny was made out of steel. Instantly recognizable, emergency production. So it's no surprise to us coin collectors that the government was going to have to do something when virtually the government shut down, because they were mandated by law to strike these coins every year. You see, in 1985, Ronald Reagan, who was president at the time, signed into law the Liberty Coin Act. That authorized the Treasury to begin striking a new American silver dollar. That began in 1986. And every year, as a regular issue, or what we call a business strike, that coin was struck. So 2020 and 2021 were going to be no different. Even if the government had to invoke the right to authorize by emergency production, emergency issue, the coins you're about to see. Now, the thing about these coins, the mintage is surprisingly low. I don't think anybody ever could have foreseen what has happened. I want you to take a look, because we are offering an opportunity here to get the 2020 and the 2021. And there's so many attributes to these new silver dollars, ladies and gentlemen. Number one, the 2020 documented and certified as a first day of issue from the Philadelphia Mint in that special Philadelphia holder, first day of issue in the ultimate grade of perfect MS-70. This coin is available as a single entity. It's $379. And I'm popping the price right now because I want you to know this is an incredible rarity. It's the second rarest silver eagle as a business strike ever produced by the U.S. Mint. And I'm talking about a coin that has been continually struck since 1986, year in and year out. You get the second rarest silver eagle ever issued with a mintage of 240,000 for $379. Its compadre there next to it in a Mint State 70 as well, we put in our special NGC Reagan Mercanti exclusive holder that only Rare Collectible TV has the rights to. And we did that because that year of 2021 is the final year for the Mercanti Reverse. It's been on the coin since 1986. The one you are looking at right there is the last. It is going away. There will be no 2022. In fact, midway through this year, the Mint will switch the Reverse to a brand new design. So the Mercanti Reverse of the Heraldic Eagle is going away forever. You get what is the third rarest and just the second emergency production ever done, Silver Eagle in the 2021 with a mintage of 495,000. That coin is $269. Now get on the phone right now, but don't hesitate, because this deal has got collectors everywhere wanting these coins. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Coin Week, one of the largest coin publications, had an article. In the title says it all. A new modern rarity, the 2020. And they go on to state here, there will be rarities issued in 2021 as well. Get ready. We've got them, both of them. They sold out quicker than you can blink an eye. Here's why. Take a quick look at this table of mintages of the business struck, or what I call regular issue, of the American Silver Eagle dollar. And don't forget, this coin is the largest American silver dollar ever produced by the Mint. It has way more silver in it than a Morgan dollar. It has a larger diameter. And it has a world-famous design. On its obverse, the Walking Liberty half dollar, designed from 1916. And its reverse, the ultimate heraldic eagle design, designed by John Mercanti, going away. That coin has made history since the first day in 1986 when it was issued. Now take a look at the mintages. And these equate to millions and millions of collectors buying each and every one of these years, putting them away to get a complete date run from the beginning all the way up to the current issue. So the coins we're featuring right now are vital components to completing all of these coin collections. Thousands, if not millions of people have started collections and can't complete them without the two coins you're about to see. Now take a look at the bottom of this table. In red, the ultimate reason why I want you guys on the phone right now. The 2020 with a mintage of 240,000. It's bested by only one coin, the 2015. And the 2021 from Philadelphia, documented with a mintage of 495,000, another crazy low mintage. Folks, I want you to know that we're offering the 2021 on an individual basis, and that is also in the highest grade attainable, a Mint State 70, a perfect condition coin. We're offering that coin for $269. You're going to see in a minute why both the prices that we have, the $379 price for the 2020, you can't beat it. I guarantee it. The $269 price for the 2021, the very last with Mercanti's Reverse, $269. Another coin in our exclusive label at the highest grade attainable. And for the set together, ladies and gentlemen, get on the line because you have an opportunity to buy both true rare coins for $629. Now, here's where it gets really fun. Really, there's three finishes of American Silver Eagles. There are what we call the business strikes. I call them the regular issue. Much like a Morgan dollar was issued every year in uncirculated, these are very much the same way. In fact, they are the same way. Now, when you look in your red book, you'll see in parentheses very small mintages of Morgan dollars. Those are the proof coins. The largest mintage was 1,200. Those are really, really hard to get, obviously. They're priceless artifacts. And so the Mint followed along those lines by issuing these silver dollars in proof. And they issued about 27 million of them. There was another collectible version, the burnished die. Almost 3.8 million of those coins were issued. Now, the column on the far right says it all. Those are the percentages by which these coins grade in perfect 70 grade. The business strikes, not even 0.75% would you be guaranteed to get a perfect Mint State 70 when you submit a coin. So what does that mean? Well, you can't just submit one coin and expect to get a perfect grade. No, you're going to have to really go with quantity there to get one coin that'll grade absolutely perfect. Well, it isn't much better with the proofs or the burnished die. Pretty small amounts, but nothing comes close to the regular issue of the business strikes. They are the hardest to attain in perfect grades. Let me show you what we're talking about in brass tacks. These are 2020 Silver Eagle dollars that were produced by Philadelphia as emergency issues. $795, one coin. Now, we're doing the same coin for $379, except ours is a first day of issue. But they're both PCGS graded. Ours is $379, theirs is $795. Well, we love John Mercanti here. He's a friend of the show. We have an exclusive label with his signature on it. And here is an NGC coin that was graded in a perfect 70 grade. It's $1,150. I just offered you the same coin for $379 in a PCGS, first day of issue, Mint State 70. That one right there, $1,150. Oh, here's a great deal. This is also Philadelphia, first day of issue and emergency production. It's $1,000, ladies and gentlemen. And I got to tell you, it's a phenomenal deal. You are going to thank your lucky stars that you landed here today, because at $379 for that coin, unbeatable. And I got to tell you, don't miss out. The 2021 at $269 is equally as valuable, because it features the last heraldic reverse, and it features only the second emergency production Silver Eagle struck at the Philadelphia Mint. And its mintage is 495,000. Another really low mintage. A 2020 at $1,680. And I guarantee you, the owners of that coin, people who bought that coin, are happy as you can be to own one. Well, imagine our viewers right now watching this show and saying, I paid $1,680. I paid $1,150. I paid $1,000. I got the greatest deal in the world at $795. Seeing this, where you could buy both of those coins, the 220, the 221 for $629. Both in Mint State 70, the 2020 in a first day issue, the 2021 in our exclusive Reagan Mercanti label for $629 for the two together. Don't forget, $269 for the 2021 on their own. So if you love American Silver Eagles, if you know that this coin has become the most popular silver dollar in the entire world, it has really overtaken the Morgan dollar. And I'll tell you what, you can never get one of those fantastic classic Morgan or Peace dollars in a Mint State 70. Not even one coin exists. Very few of these coins exist in a Mint State 70 grade. Only 0.72%, not even 0.75%. So don't delay. On that table, there was one coin that had a lower mintage than the two that we're showing right now. That was a 2015, and that was also struck at Philadelphia. It was an emergency production. The mintage was about 80,000. I want to show you how valuable these coins become. That coin right there is one of the coins that I just spoke about, and coincidentally, it has the same label as our 220, the Philadelphia label. That coin, almost $4,000. What's the grade? Mint State 70, the ultimate. I get excited about silver dollars. I've been a Morgan dollar fan since I was a little kid. I always wanted to own Morgans, but when you're 7 or 10 years old and you're a coin collector, you don't have enough money for a Morgan dollar. You're happy collecting pennies and stuff like that. In fact, you couldn't be happier. As you begin to evolve a little bit into coin collecting, you begin to realize the magnificence of the silver dollar, its size and its weight and its history. You start collecting silver dollars and the world opens up. However, let me tell you the difference about this coin. Since 1986, millions of coin collectors have discovered that the United States of America issues a bona fide legal tender silver dollar, bigger than any we've ever struck before, with the original Walking Liberty half-dollar design from 1916, a world-famous heraldic eagle reverse made famous by just the 12th chief engraver of the U.S. Mint, John Mercanti, all in one package. The silver dollar that took over the world. If you're one of those collectors, and I know you are because thousands of collectors, our collectors on our show, purchase complete collections of American Silver Eagles in Business Strike, the regular issue, from 1986 all the way to the present time. I get to tell you, every one of those collectors, they want this coin. The phones never stop ringing. The 2020, impossible to get. The mintage was only 240,000. Well, let me tell you, the 2021, no easier, because the mintage of that coin was 495,000. When you talk low mintages for silver dollars, take a look at the Morgan series. Find a coin with a mintage of less than 500,000 coins. That coin is going to be $5,000 and $10,000 in the highest grade, or highest grade. No, in a nice grade. In the highest grade, it's going to be 6 figures. This is an opportunity to get in, not just on the ground floor, but you haven't even hit the ground floor yet. I don't want to forget the 2021. A lot of attention is directed to the 2020. But the 2021, ladies and gentlemen, that is the last coin of its kind. That coin is going to go down in history as being the last American silver dollar to feature the Mercanti Heraldic Eagle Reverse. The fact that it has a mintage that is the third lowest ever at 495,000 is icing on the cake. I am offering 2021s for $269 in perfect Mint State 70. That one is almost $450. This one is almost $900. There's a reason for these prices. There's a reason for this demand. These silver dollars have caught everybody's attention. For the last year, the Mint has announced that 2021 will be a transition year. It's the last year of the Heraldic Eagle Reverse. So since news broke of that, well, that transition to the new reverse, collectors cannot get enough of what we now call the Type 1, 1986 through 2021. Midway through 2021, the Type 2 series will begin. So this coin that you are looking at from Philadelphia for 2021 is the final issue with that reverse. Now, because of its uniqueness, because of the unique times that we live in right now, these coins as emergency production will go down in history as being unique, much like the steel cents from 1943, the silver war nickels from 42 to 45. Rarely has this happened, We all hope it never happens again. There is a silver lining. There happens to be a silver lining consisting of 2 silver dollars right here, both in the highest grade attainable. You can buy an individual 2020 with a rare mintage of only 240,000 for $379. But not for long, because they are gone everywhere. And everyone that I know that exists in the world today is right here on our set. You can buy a rare 2021, mintage 495,000, the 3rd rarest in the history of the series, for $269. Or you can combine the two together in a set for $629. The hardest coin to achieve in a perfect grade are the coins you're looking at. They are generally struck for quantity and not quality. Though they're beautiful coins, it is the rare occurrence that these coins occur in a perfect grade. We saw that not even 0.75% of these coins will grade in a perfect grade. And that's by both grading services, both PCGS and NGC. I just want to make sure that I have not left anything out here, ladies and gentlemen. Well, we know that they're retiring the reavers. So the 2021 in your set or your individual coin is the last one of its kind. It closes out the series, forever known from now on as the Type 1. Now, I briefly mentioned that we have thousands of collectors who purchase from us the entire collection in mint state, from 1986 to the present time. Every one of those collectors are now on the phone trying to get one of these coins or the set, because it's vital to end the Type 1 series. There will never be a second chance on these coins. Let me just say this. This is possible to achieve. A complete Morgan dollar collection in the highest grades known is virtually impossible to achieve. Even if you have the $1.5 million to $2 million that it would take to purchase all of them, where would you find them? Where would you locate them? It would be a life's quest. But right here, falling right into your lap, are number 2 and number 3 in terms of rarity in the entire series of business struck Silver Eagles. For $629 for the set of 2, for $379 for an individual 2020, or $269 for an individual 2021. If you have any questions, you can contact me here anytime. I'm always available, and I'm willing to talk to any of you collectors about coins, because I love coins, and I'll be happy to talk to you about them. But right now, it's time for me to go. But I want to leave you with this thought. This display, this cachet, is the only one I know of anywhere in the world. There will be no more displays like this, no more cachets like this in the future. If we're able to get any more of these coins, it's going to be a little dribble here and there. There will never again be enough for me to come on the air and do this for you guys. I hope you got one or you got both, but I hope you get in on it. So thank you so much for watching. Stay tuned for more great coins. See you soon. Proof Gold Eagle. It's also the last one you have ever had the opportunity to get. 2021 is a special year for numismatics everywhere, but this is the league leader right here. Take a look. What we have here, ladies and gentlemen, type 1. First of all, we all know the story. Everything is being retired. The Silver Eagles, well, little known to everybody, is the same thing is happening to the United States Gold Eagle, the granddaddy, that coin that contains that original St. Gaudens design on its obverse, giving you the opportunity to get a proof St. Gaudens design in the ultimate grade. A perfect proof 70 deep cameo. This is a very special issue that this has been building up since the beginning of this series in 1986 to this event right now. The last of these coins. That's it right there. The reverse that you are looking at, which has been on that coin since 1986, which has a great backstory as well, is being retired. Every single year that there has been a proof gold eagle issued, any gold eagle for that matter, it has contained that reverse. No more. 2021, it is being retired. Midway through this year, there will be a Type 2 design coming out. To make that even more exciting, listen to what the Mint has done, ladies and gentlemen. They have put the most minuscule cap on this mintage that you have ever seen. As a single coin entity with an amazing pedigree, this coin had a maximum mintage. Are you ready? Not 45,000, not 30,000, not 20,000. All those would be really, really low mintages. You'd be running to the phone right now. But a 4,500 limit, 4,500 coins. Now, we have a few of these coins in the ultimate grade. They have been PCGS graded. Each one is a proof 70 deep cameo. And if you're not a coin collector, if you've just stopped on this channel just by luck, it is your lucky day. This is the highest grade attainable for a gold coin or any coin. The grade of proof 70, the grade with a number in it, any grade, mint, state, or proof, with a 70 after it, indicates a perfect condition coin. And the DCAM stands for deep cameo. And let me tell you, deep cameo is very easy to describe. All you have to do is look at the image of that coin, and what you see in the background appears like a very, very dark black mirror. And the foreground, that design of Liberty striding forward, is all satin. That's the cameo. In fact, in this case, deep cameo on both sides of the coin. The ultimate designation. Not cameo, deep cameo. The excitement is building within myself. I have seen this coin before, and I am so excited about it. Now, let's get right to it. It's got a great story to it. Before I do, I've got pages and pages of mintage figures. Seriously, I must have 20 pages here. I'll tell you, to summarize all of these pages, you get to the very last page, and you will find this coin that we're featuring as the lowest mintage of all these examples. So now the program began in 1986. You may have heard of the Liberty Coin Act signed into law by Ronald Reagan in 1985. It's very famous for the Silver Eagle dollars. But within that act was the authorization also for the U.S. Mint to strike gold. And the Gold Eagle was born that day as well. And striking began in 1986, just like the Silver Eagle. James Baker was Secretary of the Treasury at the time, made a bold leap. He chose for the obverse design of this coin something that was instantaneously recognizable all over the world. The ultimate design of Augustus St. Gaudens Renaissance coin, the $20 gold double eagle. Now, this coin has been viewed all over the world and agreed upon by collectors, numismatists, pretty much everybody, to be the most strikingly beautiful example of a United States gold coin ever issued. Something else happened along the way as well. The reverse was chosen from a sculpture that was done by an artist by the name, her name at the time was Miley Buziak. Her name now, her married name, Miley Frost. And there's a real great backstory to the reverse right there, which I'm going to tell you. But before we do, you got to get on the phone for this, ladies and gentlemen. I want to show you the end of my table of pages and pages of United States gold coins, proof gold eagles in all the denominations, where this coin falls, this single entity, $50 gold proof issued by the United States at West Point. Now, this last page is the end of the list, and at the very bottom of this list is the 2021 Type 1, the last coin ever, with the maximum mintage of 4,500. And as it turned out, the mintage came in a little bit lower than that, 4,422 coins. Now, nobody's going to get this coin, except for those of you watching this show right now. I'm already seeing newspaper articles, not just coin articles, but newspaper articles about this coin. The ultimate example of the last one ever issued ends up having the smallest mintage. And its time was so limited to be offered that, well, you can imagine with less than 4,500 coins struck, how many people are not going to be able to get the coin. But if you're watching Rare Collectibles TV right now, it really is an amazing stroke of the ultimate sense of timing is everything. I want to get right into some comparison pricing because a couple of the coins that you'll see on this table right here that are not as low as the coin we're featuring, I have prices for those right here. And I want to start with, there's some darn low mintages there too. Look at the 2018 with a mintage of 9,961. And I found one, also a PCGS graded coin, also first day of issue, by the way, ours are as well. And also a perfect graded Proof 70 Deep Cameo. So basically it's the identical design, the identical size, a different date, but same grade, the ultimate grade. $19,000. You won't find many of those, folks, because there were not many. Let's take a look at the mintage of the 2017. 12,723. Look at that. First day of issue, $18,000. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I got to stop everything here because I was going to wait a little bit to price this coin, but I can already hear the bedlam taking place with the phone operators. We're offering this coin not for $20,000. It's got a lower mintage, or 25 or even 30. And believe me, I think we would sell every one we have at that price quite easily. It's truly a rarity among rarities. But we're offering this coin at less than $5,000, $4,995. If you want to own one of these coins, I can help you do it. Give us a call right now. You can lock up this coin immediately. Your name is going to be put on one of the coins on the display here. These are the coins that customers are buying right now. These are the coins. This is all we have. Everybody out there with the phones ringing like crazy are trying to get one of these coins. $4,995. And what I'm saying is right now, you can lock in one of these coins for $2,497.50. And you can wait a whole month. And then you can pay the other payment of $2,497.50, and that coin will be sent to you. You're going to guarantee yourself you're going to get the lowest mintage on the single coin standalone entity of the rarest of the Gold Eagles and the last Type 1, the last one with the Buziak reverse that is going away. It's being retired. Now, everybody knows that the reverse on the Silver Eagle is going away. Not that many people know that this one is going away. It's gone. That's the last one. From now on, any further issues of that coin will be the Type 2s. So needless to say, if you're collecting by set, you're going to need this coin. If you want the rarest one by, the mintage of 4,500, you want this coin. If you want a price that is just, it's mind-boggling, it's shocking, it's amazing. I got to commend it to the buyers at this company. I got to commend Jack. I really do. And I got to give a shout out to Rick as well, because these two guys battled for months ahead of time to get a leg up on these coins, to bring these coins to the network, and to bring them at a price you're never going to see again. This is the ultimate coin at the ultimate grade with the ultimate cameo designation and the ultimate mintage. There's not a single thing lacking from this coin. Perfect condition, first day of issue. Wow. And again, let me just say, I am surrounded by facts and figures about this coin. But here's where the heart and soul of collecting really comes into play. In 1985, Ronald Reagan, who had battled, this was his second term. In his first term, Ronald Reagan, he must have been a coin collector. He had a soft spot in his heart for numismatics. He had this idea that he would like the United States of America to compete with coins all around the world that people were buying. But we didn't offer a gold coin. For years, they had been trying to get this act passed by Congress. And it finally happened in 1985, and it was known as the Liberty Coin Act. And the Liberty Coin Act had two things in it. The first one was the authorization for the Statue of Liberty Centennial Celebration coins. There was $5 gold, $half coins, and $1 coins. But as an addendum to the Liberty Coin Act was the authorization for the mint to start striking these gold eagles. And so in 1986, the first ones were struck. This will give you just a little idea of some of the mintages of the coins. And what I'm doing by this, folks, is illustrating for you the popularity year in and year out of these coins. People line up, literally, to get one of these coins. There has never been a $50 gold with this pedigree, this amazing label, this first day of issue, this proof 70 grade, this mintage of less than 4,500 that we have been able to offer. Never. This is the first of its kind, and it is less, ladies and gentlemen, than $5,000. Here's the thing. I mentioned Miley Buziak, who is now Miley Frost. She was a great fan of Ronald Reagan's. It's amazing how many really great admirers Reagan had. Mr. Mercanti was a really big fan of Ronald Reagan's. And of course, he worked for him, really, when he was at the U.S. Mint. Miley Buziak actually went to the Republican National Convention in 1980, and Ronald Reagan gave a speech. And he talked about, really, the family that America is, how we all come together. And interestingly enough, Miley had done a sculpture. And I want to show you what this sculpture looked like. She's in the audience listening to Ronald Reagan's acceptance speech. He was nominated, 1980, for President of the United States. And of course, he won. And this sculpture, you see, was created by Miley. And one thing you're going to notice about it right off the bat, it is the image of the reverse that is going away of the gold eagles. And you came about in a very, very unbelievable way. So she was at the Republican National Convention, and she conceived of this sculpture called Together, a New Beginning. And Reagan saw it. She submitted it, and the Republican National Convention loved it. And Ronald Reagan was so enamored with it that he gave one of these sculptures to each one of the 52 Iranian hostages that came back in the moment when he was inaugurated for his first term. And when she heard that James Baker was actively soliciting contributions by artists to come up with the reverse for this new coin that, well, he chose, the Augustus St. Gaudens beautiful design for the obverse, but they were really in search of a reverse. And so Miley was thinking, it would be wonderful listening to his speech of the, family, a new beginning, if this sculpture could be submitted to the U.S. Mint and if it could be adopted as a reverse. And wouldn't you know, that's exactly what happened. And so when we tie together Ronald Reagan as being the father of the Liberty coin program, the American Eagle coin program, we really never get around to mentioning this important fact, and I'll tell you why. It's kind of buried in all of these stories, and I recently came across it, and I was amazed at the connection that Reagan had to this coin as well. Now, we've come to the time when it is being retired. That in itself has made coin collectors create a stampede to all the issues that are being retired in 2021, of which this gold coin is one of the leading ones. The mintage alone would be enough to just set the world on fire. But the fact that this is the last of the Type 1s, it ends the entire series. Because you see, every year since 1986, with the exception of one year, 2009, there was actually a shortage of gold that year. But every year, this coin has been released, and in many different sizes as well. So what I want to show you, and again, I have so many of these pages of mintage figures, but here is something amazing. Because what they worked up for me on this one is all of them that have been issued. And here's a great example. Now you see the $5 size, which is the 1/10 ounce, the $50 size, which is the 1 ounce. And as you can see, the $10 size, which is the 1/4 ounce, $25 size, which is the 1/2 ounce, you can see the mintages. When we analyzed each and every single issue by the US Mint of these coins, the conclusion was unanimous. The ultimate coin is the 2021. And folks, this pedigree coin, this coin with a single entity limited mintage of 4,500 is the coin on the display right now. That in itself is an amazing fact that just screams value. But the fact of being able to have the first day of issue, the ultimate grade, a Proof 70 deep cameo, the highest grade attainable is the grade on these coins. The highest designation for a cameo coin is the designation on these coins. First day of issue, one of the ultimate labels. PCGS, one of the oldest established grading services that has had some of the greatest numismatists grading coins at their grading service and has graded some of the all-time classics. Recently, you folks may have heard that, you know, the 1933 $20 gold St. Gaudens, the one from the King of Siam set that was auctioned off in 2001. You remember that? It was in New York City. You want to know how I know? I was there. I saw it sell for $7.8 million. That was in 2001. Well, folks, it recently sold. It brought almost $20 million. It has the same design, but I'll tell you, it does not have a proof version. You're going to say a matte proof, satin finish. A bright proof finish was never available in a $20 gold St. Gaudens. This one is the ultimate in design. When you look at the beauty of this coin, what you see is the highest example. But I want to take another shot here because you're going to see detail here that you never will see on a gold St. Gaudens. And I love gold saints, believe me. We sell a ton of them. They're amazing. But you will never be able to own the highest grade of a St. Gaudens because they're museum pieces. They don't exist. They're in collections, and there were only a couple, and they will never come out. And they're millions and millions of dollars. Here's an opportunity to get a higher grade than those, to get a bright proof mirrored finish, to get a perfect Proof 70 grade, deep cameo. This is the ultimate example of the ultimate coin, the last one in the series. Forevermore, the Type 1s are gone. And soon there will be a Type 2 version, and everything will start all over. We're in a transition year for this coin, and that means midway through this year, all production stops on this coin. That's why they capped the mintage so low. You've never seen that before. Normally, they'll leave it open for a short window of time, and the mintages will just be whatever people order directly from the mint. In this case, nope. It was a strict limit. That was it. And if you didn't get one, well, unfortunate, isn't it? This is an opportunity where you will not have to submit on your own behalf multiple coins of this variety just to get that one perfect grade, because we did all that. $4,995. And I cannot say enough how important this coin is going to be. And I'll tell you, up until just about a week or so ago, I didn't know this story of how important this reverse was to this coin. James Baker, who was the Secretary of the Treasury at the time, had selected St. Gaudens design for the obverse of this coin. The reason for that was to give this coin instant credibility, instant demand. But they searched for a reverse. And as it came about, this reverse that was being presented to the former Iranian hostages and other people who had worked so hard to elect Reagan to his first term of president, to get him the nomination, became the design that was selected by Baker to grace this coin. And it remained from 1986 all the way to 2021. And when you look at the last coin of any series, it's always so much in demand because it's going away. You won't be able to get them anymore. So all the people who waited because they thought they had all the time in the world are in a hurry. You can't hurry for this coin because it was gone in a minute. Rare Collectibles TV has this coin in the ultimate grade for $4,995. When you hear the soon-to-be elected president of the United States give a speech talking about the family of Americans, talking about coming together, it was a time in history that was, you know, the U.S. was really trying to regain its standing in the world at that time. And when you hear in person this speech being given, and you see in your mind the art that you've created, and you know it's meant for this coin, meant for this reverse, and you actually petition the U.S. Mint, petition the Treasury to take a look at this design, and then lo and behold, the future president of the United States of America loves it, is giving away these sculptures to people who deserve them, people in his campaign, and the former hostages. Well, it was a natural to include this family of eagles on the reverse of this coin. We're going to miss this design, but I want to close by saying this. Don't miss the last one. They're going to go away, but get this last one. There will not be a second opportunity. If you've waited all this time, all these decades to own one of these coins, let it be the single rarest. Let it be the highest grade. Let it be the ultimate deep cameo. Let it be a first day of issue. And let it be certified by PCGS. When you get all of that together, you got the ultimate example of an original design that has set the world on fire. And I might add, this design, a beautiful St. Gaudens rendition of A Walking Liberty, first hit the scene in 1907. And it has been coveted, it has been collected, it has been sought after since that day. But I want to say this, back then, or even a week ago, you could never get this example. So the final version of the ultimate, the $50 gold, the 1 ounce, $4,995. Don't forget, split the payments in 2 equal payments, $24,97.50. And ladies and gentlemen, this coin, the ultimate, will be coming to you, and the rarest. Thank you so much for watching.
Offer on a monumental coin that was struck to celebrate the 200th anniversary of our glorious nation. This is a roll of 20 gem-proof 1976 Kennedy half dollars with the unique bicentennial reverse that was only used for that year, making these coins some of the most impressive and desirable examples of the entire series. In over 50 years of mintage, this issue is the only major design change ever introduced into the series, making them completely unique among the Kennedy half-dollar series. Not only that, but these coins with me today are from the 40% silver issue of these historic coins, not the copper-nickel clad issue. Compared to their clad counterparts, these silver 1976S bicentennial Kennedy half dollars are much rarer with a mintage of only about half the size. The Kennedy half dollar was first struck in 1964, not long after the tragic assassination of President John F. Kennedy the year prior. President Kennedy had been an inspiration for Americans at a time of great change in the world. Kennedy was the president that urged our country to begin space exploration, declaring that an American would walk on the surface of the moon before the decade was over. At a time when America was already experiencing difficulties at home and overseas, it seemed impossible. But Kennedy rallied the nation with his iconic speech where he said,
"We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard."
In Kennedy's mind, it was the greatest of obstacles that deserved to be overcome the most. His optimism and belief in the strength of the American people was exactly the kind of leadership we needed in the early 1960s, and it made his untimely death all the more tragic. It's understandable then why we were so quick to memorialize him with the Kennedy half dollar that is still being struck to this day. 12 years after the initial striking of the Kennedy half dollar, however, the country had a truly momentous anniversary, the bicentennial of our nation's founding. 200 years had passed since the founding fathers signed the Declaration of Independence on July 4th, 1776. In Independence Hall in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, 56 men from 13 colonies signed the document that announced they were now a free and independent nation, launching the American Revolution in full. 200 years later, the grand experiment in democracy that is our country was still going strong, despite all the challenges and difficulties that we had faced. To mark such an incredible occasion, the U.S. Mint knew that they had to release special coins that would celebrate the bicentennial anniversary. So they launched a competition open to artists. The winners from this competition would go on to be featured on the quarter, the half dollar, and the dollar for special one-year-only releases that celebrated the bicentennial. Out of hundreds of entries, Seth G. Huntington's design depicting Independence Hall was selected for the Kennedy half dollar and would go down in history as the only alternate design ever struck for that coin. Today, we're fortunate to offer a full roll of 20 of these incredible pieces of work, all in gem-proof condition. Now, we're calling this a roll because you're getting 20 coins, and that's typically the terminology we use. But we want to make sure these coins are really well protected because, like we said, these are gem quality coins. Every coin is going to be in individual capsules to protect the gem surfaces of these beautiful proof coins. When the Mint first began work on the Kennedy half dollar, they wanted the coin to be perfect as they were striking it to pay respect to the recently deceased president. That's why Chief Engraver Gilroy Roberts sought the personal approval of Kennedy's widow, Jacqueline Kennedy. It was actually her own wish that this memorial design be placed on the half dollar rather than the quarter, as she didn't want it replacing George Washington. The end result is this wonderful profile of John F. Kennedy, capturing the optimism and charisma he carried himself with. The new coin was positively received by both Kennedy's family and the general public. In fact, it was so popular that banks had to ration sales of the new half dollar thanks to the overwhelming demand. 12 years after the first release, we saw the first and so far only change to the Kennedy half dollar for this special limited release dated 1776 to 1976. Huntington wisely decided that there was no better way to celebrate 200 years of American independence than by depicting the place that it all started, Independence Hall, the site where the Declaration of Independence was signed. Underneath the hall itself, you can clearly see 13 stars, each one representing one of the founding colonies of our nation. This design variant was only available on these 1976 half dollars. Afterwards, they went back to the normal reverse, featuring a heraldic eagle. Not only are these coins from that single year of release, these are also proof coins. Proof coins are much, much more difficult to produce than normal circulation coins, so they require specially polished planchets and dies to produce those gorgeous mirrored fields and frosted devices that you see here. Proof coins also have to be struck multiple times to ensure that their devices are fully realized and ensure that every little detail is properly showcased. All of these examples you see with me today are in gem-proof condition, meaning they're some of the finest examples of the bicentennial Kennedy half dollar you can find. Today, I'm proud to be offering this roll of 20 1976S silver bicentennial half dollars for just $195. That's less than $10 a coin. Now, several times in this broadcast, I've mentioned that these coins are in gem-proof condition. If you're new to coin collecting, coins are typically struck in either mint state or proof. And mint state coins are the coins you probably have in your wallet right now. They're struck once on the machine and then they're dumped into bags and they're circulated throughout the country as spending money. Proof coins, on the other hand, are specially treated and handled and are made with collectors and numismatists in mind. The blanks these coins are struck on have to be specially polished and treated. The dies are used to strike these coins are polished as well. And all this effort, however, produces a truly spectacular coin that collectors love. The examples with me today are all in gem-proof condition, meaning if they're graded using the Sheldon scale, these would comfortably rate at a proof 65 or higher out of 70. That means that even though you're getting a roll of 20 of these coins, you're getting them in a truly stunning, collector-worthy condition. And as I mentioned earlier, these silver Kennedy half dollars are much rarer than their clad counterparts. The Mint only struck about 4 million of these silver Kennedys compared to over 7 million of the clad counterparts. This means that it's much, much harder to find examples of this 40% silver coin. When it comes to the Kennedy half dollar, it really doesn't get any better than the 1976S in gem-proof condition. As the only design change that the Kennedy has ever seen, these coins are truly something special, and they represent the monumental event that is our country's bicentennial. It's an anniversary that we will quite literally never see again, so every memento from that period is all the more important for that reason. For just $195, that's less than $10 per coin, you can have this roll of 20 1976S silver bicentennial Kennedy half dollars from this single year that this design was issued. Please do not let this deal pass you by because it won't be available for long, especially at such a low collector-friendly price. Thanks for watching. I'm Jack McNamara. Stay safe.
Coin.
Morgan silver dollars.
Buffalo nickels.
American Silver Eagles.
Lincoln Wheaties.
Walking Liberty half dollars.
Standing Liberty quarters.
Franklin half dollars.
My personal favorite, Ancients.
Kennedy half dollars.
Cameo proof coins.
Pandas.
Steel cent.
Liberty Head and St. Gaudens double eagles.
Eisenhower dollars.
Some say diamonds are a girl's best friend, but I say it's a gold St. Gaudens.
Peace dollars. Coins from the screw press era.
Can't bust halves.
Can't choose? You don't have to. Rick James and Jack have all your favorite coins.
And at great collector-friendly prices.
For the best in coin collecting, watch Rick's U.S. Coin Show.
Welcome to Rick's U.S. Coin Show. I was just reminiscing with Sasha, my oldest daughter, about if she remembers the days. You were in high school at the time when I was working on this book.
Yes.
And throughout high school, actually, I was working in the evenings. I was every night. I had my regular coin job, but this project took up my evenings. It was a couple hours every night. And it was like I had to be in my own little world, I guess, for a while. And it was a real challenge. It was an incredible challenge. But as I wrote in this book, it was a series that I believed so strongly in, and that I thought was such a great series for collectors. that somebody had to write a book about it. You know, the information had to get out there. My template was Wayne Miller's Morgan and Peace Dollar textbook, where he had pictures of exceptional Morgan dollars for every date, along with a date-by-date analysis. And that's what I used for this book as my template, something that gave the collector a good date-by-date analysis, along with great pictures, great information, so that it could be useful not just for the collector of that day, but for future generations of collectors as well. And I'm very happy that I've pretty much achieved my goal. When you look at all the population estimates I have as far as the rarity of the various states, and again, this book was completed around 1991, it's pretty darn accurate. It was completed before PCGS and NGC had a cameo or a deep cameo designation. The book was the inspiration for PCGS eventually adopting a deep cameo designation. And I was shocked about a year and a half ago. Jackie saw my book advertised on Amazon. And there were some guys asking, they had new copies and they were asking $700, $800, $900 for them.
Wow.
I was totally shocked by it. But to tell you know, I'm very proud of the book. And I love, first of all, I love the Franklin series because it has so much potential for the collector of today. I mean, there are Franklins that are on the cover of this book that when this book came out, this was like a, at the time, I don't know, may have been about a $500 coin. Today it's a, $7,000, $8,000 coin. I mean, this 51 here was maybe a $1,500 coin back when the book came out. Now it's maybe $10,000 to $15,000 coin. And my focus is on the long term. And my biggest concern of late is that everything I wrote about in this book is really coming to pass, in that these nice proof coins are just so hard to find nowadays. And that's my biggest challenge, because this is something that I've specialized in, and the coins are an incredible value at current levels. And it's more of a challenge than ever before finding superb, exceptional examples. Now, first of all, if you're new to collecting, for all you new viewers out there or new collectors, there are two different kinds of coins basically struck by the U.S. Mint. There's coins struck for commercial use, the kind that are meant for spending. And Sasha has an example of a Mint State Franklin that was struck for commercial use. The Mint doesn't go to any kind of particular effort in creating these coins. They're struck off of high-speed presses, dumped into bins where they abrade with other coins. There's, you can see the spot there. You can see the abrasion on the upper cheekbone of Franklin from the abrading with other coins while it gets dumped into the bins. They go through coin counters. So by the time you get it from the bank, even though it may never have been circulated, it's going to have a lot of marks all over it. And that's your typical, and that's an uncirculated Mint State Franklin coin struck for commercial use. Now, I've always been fascinated by the proof coins. Proof coins are coins that are struck especially for collectors. The Mint goes to a lot of trouble to make proof coins. Back in the Franklin era, they would take dies and polish them to a very high mirror-like surface, give the coin blanks a similar treatment, a kind of a polishing treatment, and then slowly feed them into the die, then strike them under higher pressure at least twice to bring out every detail, and then individually handle the coin. They wouldn't allow them to braid with other coins. Sasha's got an example of a proof Franklin, and you could see the big difference. While that 63D was real satiny, this proof has a black mirrored field. That's actual mirror. And that's a 1959 proof Franklin. Now, folks, I've got a coin today that you can own for $79 that I don't think there's another silver half dollar in U.S. coinage that you can own that offers you this much eye appeal, this much quality, in this much rarity as the ones I have for you today. This is a very special moment. I talked about this collection in another presentation, but these proof coins are, this collection that I have been acquiring is just the most extraordinary collection of proof Franklins I've ever handled, and I've been doing this since the early 1980s. Now, the gentleman responsible, I had known for many, many years. I'm making him famous. I nicknamed him Harry the Hoarder because he was not just a person who accumulated junk coins. He had a really good grading eye, and he accumulated and put away coins that he knew were really nice coins for the date, really nice quality, and he just accumulated them. And he had a very good grading eye. Many of the finest known coins struck by the U.S. Mint were coins that he submitted for grading. That's how good his grading eye was. He passed away in 2014. And he's been liquidating, his wife was slowly liquidating his estate with the help of his assistant, who was, because his wife didn't have any numismatic knowledge, and his assistant has been helping her with this. And you know, for example, I've spoken about the 55S Lincolns that he had, where he owned bags and bags of 1955 San Francisco Mint Lincoln cents, or uncirculated bags. And you look at the 55S population on NGC, the number of coins that have been graded in MS-67 red, which is the highest grade that date's ever received. There's about 2,800 examples that have been graded at MS-67 red, that ultimate grade. Approximately half of them came from Harry's estate, his hoards. And so it was with these proof coins. I think the proof coins struck after World War II through the early 70s, I think these were his crown jewels. Some of the sets he put aside with the half dollars, quarters, dimes, nickels, and cents, he hand selected, and very carefully for the most flawless examples. And it's been a long time. It's a few years. You know, when he was alive, I knew he had these coins. There was no way he wanted to, you know, to sell those to me. He would sell me other things. Always a great guy to work with, but and he was a very honest guy, you know. And he was a very fast talker. I always, if you haven't seen one of these presentations about Harry before, I always imagined he was chain smoking unfiltered cigarettes and drinking cups of espresso coffee, because it's like he was so hyper. You know, he was just, and I could barely get a word in edgewise when we had conversations. So anyway, we have these proof Franklins, folks, and I've just had some of them graded, and they're phenomenal, and they're at a great price. They're such great coins. Let me give you a little bit of background about proof Franklin half dollars. Proof Franklin half dollars are really an extraordinary series. The Mint State Franklins were first struck in 1948. They didn't begin striking the proofs, however, until 1950. They hadn't struck proof coins, the Mint hadn't struck proof coins since 1942 because of the World War II. When they resumed proof making in 1950, it was like it was a lost art. I think the original craftsmen that they had back in 1942 when they were preparing proof dies, I have a feeling that they were no longer working at the Mint in 1950, because the general quality of proof coins being made in those early years of the 1950s was really inferior, and among the poorest quality proof coins I've seen the U.S. Mint ever strike. And I have to go back to pre-1858 when they were striking coins, you know, pre-1858, you know, during the steam press or during the screw press era in the early 1800s. Because you can look at some proof coins that have been well preserved from the 1800s, and they're phenomenal quality. I mean, they're phenomenal. But these early proof Franklins were generally horrible. And that's one of the things that makes them, the nice ones, so valuable. Because once in a while, you would get a die that was very well prepared and that was well polished. And where the coin blanks were well prepared, and the coins were well struck and handled carefully. Back during this era of the Franklin half dollars, die preparation was a lot more of a craft. 1964 was the last year proofs were struck at the Philadelphia Mint. The series was abruptly discontinued after 1963 because of the tragic assassination of President Kennedy. And so Congress voted in December of 1963 to commemorate the late president on the half dollar for 1964. So they passed special legislation to replace the Franklin with the Kennedy half dollar in 1964. Otherwise, the Franklins were scheduled to be struck for 25 years. That's the standard law that had been passed, legislation that any coin design was to have been struck for at least 25 years. So they had to pass special legislation to strike this Kennedy half dollar in 1964. Now, for the collector of Franklins, though, this is a great thing, because what this means is the Franklins are the last half dollar struck entirely in 90% silver. When they struck the Kennedy, and at the Philadelphia Mint, when they struck the Kennedy half dollar in proof in 1964, that was the last year they made proof coins at the Philadelphia Mint on 90% silver planchets. Because in 1965, they converted the half dollar from 90% silver to 40% silver. So for all these years, going back into the early 1800s, where half dollars, quarters, dimes, and silver dollars were struck on 90% silver planchet, because of the demand for silver and the increase in value of silver, they reduced the silver content in 1965. And then in 1971, they removed the silver entirely from the half dollar. So this is the last of the old-time 90% silver proof coins. Now, proof making was in 1964. That was the last year they were struck in Philadelphia. When they started striking proof coins again in 1968, there was a hiatus of a few years there. They began striking them in San Francisco. And they began introducing new advanced technologies to create better proof coins. And so by the late 70s, when you ordered a proof set from the Mint, you would get perfection. As I said, a proof coin is intended to be the state of the art. It's meant to represent the finest possible quality the Mint's able to produce given the technology of the day. And you look at this set, what year is that set there, Sasha? 1993. 1993, okay? It's just about 25 years old. Every coin in that set, folks, is probably at least a proof 68 or a proof 69, maybe even a proof 70. 70 is the highest possible grade any coin can receive. It represents perfection. No Franklin has ever graded 70. I talked to Rick Montgomery, one of the main officers at NGC. He said they never will grade a Franklin in 70 because they just did not have the technology back then. Now, folks, these early Franklins. Sasha's got a chart here to show you the Franklins from this era and their mintages. You can see in 1955, they only struck, it says 1956 at the top there. It should be 1955 to 1963. But in 1955, they only struck 378,000 proofs. It says 1956 because originally I only planned to offer this set from 1956 to 1963. But I got a little fortunate in Harry's collection. And I got fortunate in getting some really nice 1955s, which, as you can see, is a much lower mintage date in proof condition. When you got into the 1960s, there was a lot more demand for proof coins because our economy, our middle class, was really beginning to prosper and grow in the late 50s, early 60s, and so they could afford to collect coins. So you saw a huge boom in collecting. Now, those are the mintages of proof Franklin half dollars. And you can see how fewer they are in mintage compared to the mint state Franklins. The key to these early Franklins, folks, though, is the quality. Now, the state of the art, back during the Philadelphia Mint era, folks, it was like the Stone Age. Again, when I talked about how when they resumed proof making in the 1950s, it was like it was a lost art. The quality control, the craftsmanship, you cannot compare it to the modern era of today. And I've got, for the new viewers, and my regular viewers have seen this box before, but this was a deal of 1958 proof sets I bought that were sealed sets. Now, believe it or not, you do get these once in a while. Here, for example, I just got this in the mail from somebody. There's 10 1962 sets in here that are sealed. This is the original box. It's never been opened, all right? I mean, you don't see this very often. This stuff, most of the proof sets now from this era, the Franklin era, have been opened and inspected for the finest examples. And the finest examples have been cut out and graded. And after all this time, far less than 1% of all the coins struck in proof have graded proof 67, maybe 1/3 of 1%, a tiny fraction of 1%. So I had this group of 1958s. There was about 100 of them, sealed 1958s. It had been decades since I had a group of 58s like this. And I opened the first 15 or so, and I could see it was one of those deals where, again, whoever was, in charge of the planchet preparation on that day at the mint was, he was asleep at the wheel because everyone had spots on it. Now, Sasha, I'm going to let you pick them out. As you can see, here's folks. Now, we've all, in previous presentations, we've opened a lot of these sets, but we've still got, quite a few here, about 30, 35 that are unopened. So just pick any two, all right? Everyone's, they're going to have a spot on it. So there's one, okay. Look, she's not looking, okay, folks. She's got her eyes. Can we get that? We'll get her. Let's get that on camera where she's actually looking out in space as she picks one of the sets. All right, ready? Okay, there we go. Okay, we'll take that one. Let's take that one. All right. So let's take that one first, Sasha. Okay, where they could see you had no idea. No idea. Now, you're not actually an expert in cutting things open. You want to cut it open?
I can cut it open.
Okay.
I've spent years doing this.
That's right. You did. You used to help out
Yes.
a lot. Yes. Yeah. All right. Here we go. 1958, folks. This thing is about 60 years old, being cut open for the first time. Hard to believe that somebody would buy these sets, keep them for 60 years, and never bother to look at them. So here I got to get my coin glasses on for this. Here we go. Watch, it's going to be the first one without spots in the whole box, right? So here's the set. Now, folks, it's in the cell. These are how the sets were packaged back in the Franklin era, in these cellophane envelopes. Now, one of the problems with the cellophane envelopes is that they're pliable. So the cellophane is always rubbing against the surface of the coin, which has the potential to damage the coin, creating very light, fine hair, what we call hairline scratches. Okay? And in fact, when Sasha showed you this 1959 here, it's a beautiful, brilliant proof, but when you tilt it at certain angles, you can see in front of the face these very fine
right there, those light scratches, that's what we call those hairlines because they're very fine in nature. And so even though this coin doesn't have any real bag marks on it, it has no real bag marks. It looks flawless unless you tilt it at the right angle under a good grading light. And this coin is probably about a proof 62, maybe 63. So that's one of the big problems. But here you got this 58. And so even if it didn't have hairlines, now you look at it in the cellophane, and it looks pretty darn nice, except you can make out some spotting there. So Sasha, I'll let you cut this out. And we're going to show the viewers this problem we have. And you know what, we won't bother with the second set, okay, because they saw you. We'll pull this one here. Oh, gosh. You know, I don't know why. It's one of the procedures in making proof coins was in cleaning the planchets in a soap solution. And they were supposed to wash all that soap solution off the coin blank before it went in to be struck. Unfortunately, during this era, folks, quality control was not very good. And most of the time during this era, some of that soap solution would be left on the coin blank when it went into the die. And when that die, you can imagine, about 200 tons of pressure were required to strike a proof half dollar. Once that planchet was struck, 200 tons of pressure, that soap solution was struck into the coin. It's part of the coin. Look at all those spots next to the bee and Franklin's hair and in front of his mouth in the field. There's got to be, Sasha, what did you say, at least 20, 30 different spots. And if you look on the back, let's see how the back is. The back might be really nice. You can never tell. I mean, sometimes the reverse will be fantastic and the obverse will be spotted. In this case, you have spots on both sides. The spots are always random because, again, it was soap solution. It was random. And so you had here, this is one of the better ones, and this is probably a proof 64. Okay, and this spotting was a big problem for proof half dollars from 1958 through 1964. Okay, huge problem. And this is one of the things that makes these things so rare. And so for Harry to cherry pick these, you're looking for spot-free coins, you know, and then I get the collection and I go through them myself and I submit some of the finest examples. Folks, these coins are so hot. This series is on fire for all the right reasons. Just recently, in a major auction, a 1950 Franklin set a new record for highest price paid for a proof 68 1950 Franklin. It sold for close to $25,000. And the previous high, folks, had been established, about 6, 7 years earlier. 6, 7 years earlier, one sold for about $10,000. Just recently, almost $25,000. And I bought that coin, the one that just sold. These are the kind of coins I want to own because I know how rare they are and how special they are. If you can find these coins in proof 66 and higher grade without all those spots, you've got something really special. Now on eBay, here's a 1963 in proof 67 for $350. Here's a 1962 for $175. Here's a 61 for $350. Those are proof 67s. Here's some 66 prices. A 1963 in proof 66. Here's a 61 in proof 66, $165 for proof 66. That's a really good grade. Here's a 62 in proof 66, $325. Here's a another 61 in proof 66, $299. Now, here's how rare these coins are. The toughest coin there in proof 67, 1955 with the lowest mintage. Only 6,200 examples graded out of an original mintage of over 300,000. The 1957, just over 10,000 out of an original mintage of over 1 million coins, only 10,000. You know, that is what, about 1/10 of 1%? 58. You saw some 58s, only 7,600 coins. The 61, 62, and 63, all extremely rare. Here they struck over 3 million proof coins, but only around 13,000 graded in proof 67 condition. About 13,000 graded in proof 67. Folks, that's about a half of 1% of the total mintage. And so you see the comps here for proof 67s. I put together a little chart for you. And you know, I'm looking on eBay, I'm shopping around looking for proof 67 Franklins, and I eliminated the outliers. In other words, I deleted anything that was extremely high priced that I thought was kind of really, really off the mark. For example, here's a 1960 I saw that was $10,000. Okay, you know, so coins like that. I took the coins that were closest, all within a certain range, and these are the averages I came up with for the 9 dates there in proof 67. Comes to around $2,700, almost $2,800. I did the same thing for proof 66s. Came to over $2,000 for the proof 66s. This is your time, folks, your opportunity to get some of the finest surviving Franklins. One thing I always want to emphasize with my new viewers is that I'm really most interested in a long-term roadmap for any coins you acquire, coins that will just increase in value, increase in desirability with the passage of time, offering you coins that have exceptional eye appeal for their date, exceptional quality, have rarity at the best possible, lowest possible price. Because those are the things that have the best future in numismatics. I've never been one of those people to offer, like, for example, all these different bullion coins from mints around the world. You know, you see the mints around the world, they're striking these coins all the time, these silver bullion coins and modern gold bullion coins. And here's a chart where, you know, just a few years ago, I know some of these other shows, they were telling their buyers to buy bullion. It's such a great deal back in 2011. And they were selling, you know, American bullion eagles for $55, $60. And it was a good deal because silver was only $50 an ounce. But they made it sound like, hey, I mean, they were talking about quoting these experts who were predicting silver would soon be $100 an ounce, $200 an ounce, some even $600 an ounce. I never touched it. Me, I have no idea whether it's going to go up or down. I'm bullish over the long term, but what I stick with are things I know. So here, for example, are some proof 68s. A proof 68 Franklin set back in 2011 was, you know, about $18,000, $19,000. Just last year, in 2016, it was around $40,000. Currently, it's about $50,000. And the proof 67s, folks, are right behind. Take a look at these coins I have for you today. I began the presentation talking about a $79 coin that offers you more potential, a $79 half dollar, silver half dollar that offers you more potential than any other silver half dollar that I know of in U.S. numismatics, offering you exceptional eye appeal, quality, and rarity for an incredibly low price that gives you all the opportunity. While we have dealers selling these coins for $250, $350, $400, folks, again, I bought this entire estate from Harry. We selected the finest examples. I may take your pick. Any one of these dates you can own today while I have these compliments of Harry. Once these are gone, that's it. It's been a thrill to be able to get this estate, because I can offer these for $79. Take your pick. You can own any one of these for $79. If you want a second coin, a different date, it's $79. If you want a third coin, a different date, it's $79. Or, in other words, you can get all three for only $237. Again, where dealers are asking $350 for one example. Now, here's the other thing, though. I do have to specify this. We cannot have anybody calling in and, for example, ordering 50 1961s because it's a limit of one per customer if you just want to get one of these individual dates. Because if we get somebody ordering a whole 50 61s, I won't have very many 61s left to offer complete sets for everybody who wants all three. Now, folks, this is just the beginning, okay? These are the last 3 dates in the series. But here's the second option I have for you. I have the entire Franklin set in proof 66 from 1955 to 1963. These are pristine, absolutely superb, brilliant, haze-free examples. You've seen the comps. You look at the comps on these for the proof 66s. And again, eliminating the highest prices off the comparables and just taking the averages of what I thought were the most realistic asking prices among dealers. These 9 coins came to over $2,050. Now, originally, folks, I was not able to include, in the past, I've only included the 1956 to 1963 years. But with this estate from Harry, he had a lot of nice 1955s as well, the lowest mintage issue from this series. And I've included it in this set. And I'm able to offer the entire set for only $795. $795, folks. Now, I've got the top of the line set on the row above, proof 67. Here's a set. It's 1 point higher. Normally, when you go up a grade from 6.6 to 6.7, you at least double the price, sometimes triple it. If you were to go out and shop around, you might be able to put this set together. Nice examples for $3,000, $3,500. If you really shop around and really spend a lot of time, you could probably beat that $2,700 price. You may be able to put the set together for $2,500 or even $2,000, all right? And maybe even $1,800. Finding all of those coins in problem-free 6.7, and that is the key because I am the highest bidder in the country for nice, problem-free, rare, high-grade Franklins. And I can tell you, I have them shipped to me all the time, and out of every 10 coins, I may keep 1 or 2 because most of them have spotting or unattractive toning. Every one of these coins is as brilliant, haze-free, pristine as the day it was struck. This is the most amazing collection of high-grade proof Franklins you'll ever see at this price. You look at that 1955. Here's a coin that's over 60 years old. They only struck 378,000 examples. Around 6,000, that's it, have graded this incredible grade of proof 67, folks. This set is not $2,700, it's not $2,500, it's not $1,800, it's not even $1,500. Here's a dealer asking for a 1956 to 63 set that doesn't include the 1955. He wants over $2,000 for a 1956 to 1963 set. And I've got the 1955 in there, which is the rarest coin in the group. $949 for the entire set. $949 for the entire set of 9. And one last thing. I really shouldn't be doing this, and I said, you know, I'm running out of these. I don't have that many left. I counted the number of boxes. we're down to somewhere between 200 and 300 books. This is my latest book on the Franklin and Kennedy half-dollar series. The second edition, the first edition received the Numismatic Literary Guild's Award for Extraordinary Merit. This is a great book on Franklin half dollars. We will be giving, if we run out of this book, you will get a copy of one of these books, which was my third book I ever wrote. And that one you saw was my fifth book. This was my third book that came out, just about 15 years ago. We have some copies of this book. So once we run out of these, because we have about 200 of these sets in Proof 67 from this estate. That's about it. Around 200 sets. Most of the coins have now been graded. I would say about 80% of them. We've got just 20% to go out of the entire estate. And what you're looking at are the very, very, very finest Proof 67 Franklins you'll ever see. There isn't a Proof 67 Franklin, folks, a set that you'll see that where the coins, every single coin, black mirrors, spot-free, haze-free surfaces, just an absolute jewel. It's hard to imagine these coins, these last of the Philadelphia Mint Proof Franklin half dollars, surviving in the condition you see them here today. This is an extraordinary opportunity. We've got a lot of people calling in on this. Again, $949 for a set. It includes a signed copy of my book. If you want two sets, they're $949, and a sign, you can get another book also, but $949, folks, because again, including the 1955, at such a great, great price. The Proof 66 set is an enormous, phenomenal deal, a phenomenal opportunity. The Proof 66 set is only $795. It's only $795 for the 9-coin set, and you saw the eBay comps for Proof 66s. The average price of a 6/6 set of this era is around $2,000. And we have it for $795. But the real opportunity, for only about $150 more, you get this phenomenal Proof 67 set. And folks, if you can complete the entire Franklin proof set in 6/7, the 1950, 51, 52, 53, 54, you get every date in Proof 67, you'll have one of the finest Proof Franklin collections in existence. There's only a few sets out there that grade higher, that are all in Proof 68. There's only a few because the 1950, the key date, there's only a few examples graded in Proof 68. And again, you saw the one that recently sold in auction for around $25,000 for the 1950. But if you can get a Franklin in Proof 1950 and Proof 67 is an extraordinary opportunity because, well, the 68s are on the NGC price guide for $35,000. Right now, when I get a 1950 and 6/7, I'm usually able to offer it for around $5,000, about 15% of the price of a 6/8. So this is the perfect grade for these coins. If you can swing it for under $1,000 to get one of these 9-coin sets, every coin in Proof 67, we have so many people calling in. We've got, if you find yourself waiting, it'll only be a few minutes. We've got the greatest phone operators, the nicest people, and you'll enjoy the experience. This is, again, a last frontier in U.S. numismatics in the sense that this is the last half-dollar series struck at the old Philadelphia Mint, where the coins are struck on 90% silver planchets, where the proof coins were made the old-fashioned way. They didn't have today's modern technology. They were basically using the same technology that they had been using in the 1800s. And the packaging was atrocious, the cellophane packaging, and they would ship them in like this, in these paper envelopes, in third-class mail. And it always boggled my mind, and here they went to all this work to create these beautiful proof dies, you know, polishing the dies and polishing them until the dies had a mirror-like perfection, and preparing the coin blanks and then striking them twice under higher pressure and then individually handling the coins so they wouldn't abrade with other coins. And then they put them in this flimsy cellophane packaging and ship it third-class mail. It makes no sense, right? Makes no sense, but this is the way they did it back in the old days. And that's what makes this set so extraordinary, especially at the price I'm able to do it today, while I have them. Take advantage of this opportunity. It's the first time I've ever been able to offer this entire set, including the 1955, for this kind of price with a book, $949. It would not, I'll say it one last time, again, this would not be possible if not for the fact that this came from Harry's estate, and this is one of his last great collections. There are still a couple things that he still has in his estate, but this is the big kahuna here. These Franklins from this era, plus, you know, again, remember, he cherry-picked the sets. So there's some nice Franklins and some extraordinary Washington quarters, Roosevelt dimes, Jefferson nickels, Lincoln cents. There's limited numbers of these. I mean, limited numbers, but by modern standards, when these coins are so difficult, these sets are so difficult to come by, nice sets. All the sets have problems nowadays. To get extraordinary, pristine sets like this, and to then get them graded, it's the only reason I'm able to offer these sets at such a low, low price. I've basically cut out all the middlemen. I've got them from the source. The finest sets that we've had submitted so that we were able to give you these really great prices that give you so much future long-term potential as a collector. It's a great time to be a collector in U.S. numismatics today. From Sasha and I, thank you for watching this presentation. Please stay tuned. We got another great presentation coming up. I will be offering more of these proof coins from Harry's collection in the weeks and months ahead. Some of the earlier dates, which there are much smaller numbers of some of those earlier dates, but also some of the most extraordinary proof quarters, Roosevelt dimes, Jefferson nickels, and Lincoln cents you will ever see at just an amazingly low price. Again, if I had not been specializing in these coins for some 35 years, written 5 books on the subject, it's because I've been doing that I've been able to get an opportunity like this where you know, when this estate became available, I was the first person they thought of. And so I got first crack at it. And it's a thrill to be able to then pass this opportunity on to you. From Sasha and I, thanks for watching. Welcome back. Welcome back to Rick's U.S. Coin Show. And I hope we were able to see that last presentation on that phenomenal, really phenomenal set of proof Franklins that we've been able to offer. This is something that is absolute thrill of being a specialist in these coins for about 35 years, handling literally, I mean, the total mintage of the entire Franklin series in proof is about 15.8 million. I'm guessing I've handled 20% of that, okay? A few million coins, folks. And so to get an estate where a gentleman has handpicked
the finest proof sets from this era over many, many decades. And this man was prolific. Mr. Harry the Hoarder. He was prolific. I would imagine he worked 7 days a week, 10, 12 hours a day. Occasionally took a day off for golf. He told me he was a scratch golfer. I'm very envious of that. It's a thrill whenever I can shoot around in the 70s, so I never got to golf with Harry. But what I have here, again, to be able to offer these proofs from this era, 1950 through 1964, is an absolute thrill because he was such a sharp grader. He had a most amazing grading eye. So many of the finest proof coins that have been graded by PCGS or NGC came from Harry. And so out of this amazing estate of proof Franklins that you just saw a presentation on, again, this was over decades time. I imagine he started collecting sometime in the late 60s. And out of this amazing group, I have a small group of Franklins in the highest possible numeric grade of proof 69. Here are the dates I have available. Take a look at these, folks. These 5 much tougher dates. You've got the 1955, the earliest year I have in proof 69 condition at this point in time from Harry's estate. Just a handful of these graded in proof 69, the highest numeric grade any Franklin has ever received. Just a note, again, they struck about, from this era, 1955 to 1963, about 15 million proof Franklins. That's the total mintage. Take a look at the 56. Here, I'll get it. In the 1956, they struck about 15 million proof Franklins from this era, folks, but only around 3,300 have graded proof 69. Now that's about 1 in every 4,400 coins struck. Look at this coin. This is the 56, the Type 2. I mean, this is, you know, I've been doing this for 35 years, and this is a thrill for me. And it's such a joy, a pleasure to be able to get the same kind of thrill when I get a Franklin like this as I did when I first started specializing in these coins back in the early 1980s. Because I never get to see this kind of quality or handle this kind of quality, very rarely at this point in time. You know, virtually all of the sets have been picked through. If a coin was, any nice Franklin has been cut out a long time ago out of its original set. Again, most of the sets, coins are flawed, are hairlined and spotted. These are absolutely perfect. So few graded, folks. So few graded. They struck over 1 million 1957 proof Franklins. Only 490 have received this ultimate grade. That's NGC and PCGS combined. 490 coins out of over 1 million. And then there's the 58. Only 204 graded, folks, in proof 69. I mean, this is such a date that has so many problems associated with it, from milk spots to hairlines. Again, I only have a handful of each of these dates. And then the last date, the 1959, 197 graded. This is, again, and folks, at the price levels we have these coins at, there is just so much future opportunity for the collector of today. Now there's a chart that shows you the total number of Franklins in proof 69. And again, what I'm offering are the finest haze-free, spot-free proof 69s. The 1955, they only struck 378,000 proof coins that year, of which only 403 have been graded in 6.9. The 56, the least rare of the dates, 882. The 57, 490. And then the 58 and the 59, those are the two, they're so rare. Now, folks, you don't see a 60 up there. You don't see a 61 or a 62 because I don't have any right now. I have only a couple 63s. To get these early dates that you see, again, from this estate that graded out was just, it was something that just does not happen. You don't count on something like this happening very often, where you get some of these dates from the 1950s that grade proof 69. It is so difficult. I'm hoping to get from, we have most of his coins from his estate graded at this point, but I'm hoping to get a couple 60s and 61s in proof 69. Right now I don't have any, but you can see why from this chart up there. When you look at all the proofs struck from 1955 to 1963, they struck about 15 million proof Franklins. And out of those 15 million, they've only certified around 3,300 examples in proof 69. That's about 1 in every 4,400 coins struck. Now, after that, I compare it to the 1964 proof Kennedy that followed the Franklins. Followed right after the Franklins in 1964. The only year was struck in 90% silver at the Philadelphia Mint. The quality was considerably better. Considerably better, because in that 1 year alone, 1964, they've graded about 5,400 1964 Kennedys. In other words, in that 1 year, they graded more 1964 Kennedys in proof 69 than for that entire series of Franklin half dollars by over 2,000 coins. But still, for the 1964 Kennedy, that's still only 1 in about every 700 struck. So that's a rare coin. It just puts it in perspective at how extraordinarily rare these Franklins are. Now, once again, I've taken some eBay comps from top-rated sellers on eBay for proof 68s when I could find them. And these were, again, top-rated sellers, comparables from sellers on eBay, the 56, and this is for proof 68s. The 56, top-rated seller, $549. The 57, $789. The 58 and 59 are, around $1,050, $1,100, and you see the rest there. These coins, folks, here's what I have to offer you. This is a short presentation. I don't have many of these. A handful of each, okay? Fewer than 10 of each at this point in time. Again, we're just submitting the balance of Harry's collection at this point. I may get a few more. I may not get any more, but most of it has been certified. Here's what we have to offer you. The 1955, folks. In proof 69 that you're looking at, if you want a 1955, this is the earliest Franklin I currently have in proof 69. There are some dates in the Franklin series that have never been graded in proof 69. There's never been a 1951 or a 1952 graded in proof 69. There's only been 2 1953s. There's been 1 1950. This 1955, this early date is only $1,295. $1,295. And by the way, if you're calling in to get one of these, just hold on for a second, because if you want to get all 5, I do have a special set price. Also, if you do call in to order individual dates, there's a maximum of 1 date, a coin per customer per date. In other words, if you call in and you want to get 4 1955s, or you want to buy all the 1955s, there's you can only order 1 per customer, because what would then happen is we get somebody buying out all of 1 date, and then I have no sets to offer. So now you can order a 55, you can order it, and if you want a 57, you can get in a 58, just pick 3 out of the 5 out or whatever, you can do that. Or if you want to get the entire set of 5, you can get more than 1 set if you want to get more than 1 set.
But if you're just picking out one date, it's a maximum of one per customer. The second date, the 1956, folks, you have dealers selling this coin in 6/8 for $550. $495 for the 1956 in proof 68. $495. The third date, the 1957, only 490 graded, much rarer than the 1956, only 490 examples, $750. The next date, the 1958. The 1958 and the 59, folks, are like twins. They're so close in rarity. The 1958 is only 204 graded, the 1959, 197. This coin, I just don't, you know, to get these coins in proof 69, especially these rare dates, this is, I don't know when I'll ever, after this collection, it could be years when I get another 69. The 58 is only $1,395. $1,395 for the 1958 and $1,395 for the 1959. Now, that comes to $5,330 if you get all five. But while I have these sets, if you get all five of these tougher dates, because again, there's the 60 and the 61, which I cannot offer because I do not have any. They're not, the 60 and the 61 are not quite as rare as the 58 and the 59. The 62 is not as rare, but they're all tough coins. This unique 5-coin set, while I have them, you can get the entire set for only $4,995. And one last thing, this is the only time I think you'll probably see me do this again. This set is so special. I don't have very many copies of this book left. You can see mine, my copy is very well worn. I have a handful of boxes of my first book left in storage. Okay, I mean, again, there's asking hundreds of dollars for original copies on Amazon from what I hear. But I will give you a hand-signed copy. You will get a hand-signed copy of one of my first books. This is my baby, my first kid, a book I'm really proud of. I will probably hang on to one last case at some point. I'm not going to give them all away. But this is the first time I've done this in many years. But I know I won't have to give away that many copies because I won't have very many of these sets. So if you do get, so that's why I'm doing it. There's a limited number of these sets. So we're talking about a handful of copies that will be going out the door. The entire set with this book signed by me and dated, $4,995. You can get any one of these dates one last time. The 1955 by itself, $1,295. The 1956. If you want a great proof 69 Franklin at the lowest possible price, this is the coin. 1956 is only $495. Extremely rare. Extremely rare. Only 882 graded. The 57, only 490 graded, $750. The 58, extremely rare, 204 graded, $1,395. And finally, the last coin, the 59, only 197 graded. Again, there are no 70s here, folks. This is the top numeric grade. Also, $1,395, but you get the set, you save $335 because individually that comes to $5,330. You get the set, it's yours for $49.95, $4,995 while I have them with a signed book. Getting some people calling in. This is I'm cutting it out right here because, again, I have a limited number of these sets from Sasha and I. This is a great historic occasion on Rick's U.S. Coin Show to be able to offer these Franklins in this highest grade from the 1950s. So in closing, we've got folks calling in. I just have a handful of these sets. You can get the individual coins, as I mentioned there. Get the entire set, only $4,995. Think about it. Here you have proof coins struck in the Stone Age era at the Philadelphia Mint, struck the old-fashioned way. Somehow we have a handful of these surviving in proof 69. That's why these things are so desirable, so much in demand, and why it's such a thrill for me. You know, I never grow tired of this. When I can get a flawless Franklin like this, it's like going to Disneyland for the first time as a kid. You know, it's a thrill. It's a real thrill. I hope you're able to get one of these sets, or at least one of these coins. If you can get the set, you get one of my books, one of my babies, signed by me. Thank you for watching. Hello, welcome to Rick's U.S. Coin Show. What I have for you now, these came from Harry the Hoarder's collection. Of course, that wasn't his real name. I used to joke about it. He always used to get a kick from that nickname I gave him, but he was a prolific collector. And he collected large quantities. He was a visionary. The guy was putting away proof sets from the late 60s, early 70s. And he had just incredible select proof sets from this era. The last year, these proof coins were struck at the Philadelphia Mint with this old flat pack design, these 1964 proof sets, the finest specimens that, again, this man was very selective. He had an incredible grading eye. I talked about how he had bags and bags of original 1955S Lincoln cents. Now that was the last year the wheatback Lincoln cent was struck at the San Francisco Mint. He had bags of these from mint-sealed bags of 5,000 coins. He went through them, submitted the finest examples to NGC. Now the highest grade NGC has ever given that date is MS67 red. Their current population, if you look on the NGC website, they've graded around 3,000 examples in MS67 red. None higher. Almost half of those came from Harry. This is how extraordinary his collection was. So when we're talking about these flat packs that he put aside, we're talking about something that's really a once-in-a-lifetime collector opportunity. He passed away in 2014. I just acquired all of his proof sets. I gave a presentation on the 1956 to 1963 Franklins in proof 6.8 from his hoard that we had graded. We sold out of those. I still have some proof 68s left, but I'm all out of the 1962s, the 1958s. So many of these dates. The Franklins of all years, 1950 through 1963, are in really high demand and high grade condition. And the 1964 is tied in with these because, again, they were struck at the Philadelphia Mint. They're from the same era. They're the same flat pack design. After 1964, proof making was shut down at the Philadelphia Mint, transferred to San Francisco, where they began incorporating new die preparation technology,
They began using a new kind of hard plastic packaging that better preserved the coins. The quality improved once once proof making was transferred to San Francisco. This 1964 year set is historic, important in so many ways. Again, it's the last year these proof coins were made at the Philadelphia Mint. It's the only year that the Kennedy half dollar was struck on a 90% silver planchet at the old Philadelphia Mint. And again, using these old technologies, this old packaging. Now, folks, they made less than 4 million proof sets in 1964. You have to understand that point number one, when President Kennedy was assassinated in late November of 1963, this was an event that the entire country witnessed because this was the first time we had presidential assassination in the age of TV. And I remember as a little kid, every day when my dad would come home from work, we'd be watching the evening news, and we'd be seeing the events of that week. You know, the day I remember distinctly where I was when he was shot. You know, I was in Mr. Nelson's math class, and all through the week, we were glued to the TV set. And it didn't matter if you were a Republican or a Democrat. I mean, my dad voted for Nixon. My mom voted for Kennedy. But he was our president. So the Mint rushed out this new Kennedy half design in 1964. Supposed to be the Franklin half, but Congress passed some special legislation in December of 1963 to change the design from Franklin to Kennedy. And so the first coins issued were the proof sets for 1964 with the Kennedy half dollar. And I remember when they first arrived at our local coin shop, I could barely get in the door. Now the original issue price of these sets, it was $2.10 when you ordered them from the U.S. Mint. Within a short time, these sets were selling for $20, just about 10 times their original Mint issue price. Now here's the thing, folks. In their haste to get these sets out, quality really suffered. Now, these 64 sets definitely were better quality than the 63 and earlier sets, but there are so many problems that they still encountered. Here's a set, for example. Now, you're expecting these proof coins that are supposed to be the state of the art. You know, the finest possible representation of a coin design the Mint's able to produce given the technology of the day. So you special order your proof set from the Treasury. You wait maybe 2, 3, 4 months. It arrives, and all the coins have fallen together. They've all escaped through their compartments, and they're abrading with one another. Now, there's really nothing you can do about that. That's just one of the problems. Here's another set. You open it up, and you take a look at this, and it looks pretty nice. Much nicer than the other set. However, if you were to cut this coin out of the cellophane compartment, the Kennedy half dollar, you would see a really common problem that so many of these silver issues, the Kennedy, Washington quarter, Roosevelt dime, encountered. Milk spots. There's a huge one right in the middle of his cheek, but you can also see a lot of smaller spots around "In God We Trust" and on his neck. These spots were random. They were very, very common. Now, I left it in this envelope because if I had cut it out, you wouldn't believe that you could get such a coin, a proof coin that's meant to represent the state of the art from the U.S. Mint. But such was the case. You see, again, they were in a rush to get these out. One of the procedures was to wash all the coin blanks in a soap solution to get them as clean as possible. And unfortunately, they didn't do a very good job of washing all that soap residue off the blank. So you had this residue still on the blank when it went into the die. You had 200 tons of pressure coming down on that blank. And at that point, the residue was struck into the coin. They're one and the same.
We actually had a chemical analysis done on these spots, and it's a residue from a type of soap compound. So while this silver coin is supposed to be 90% silver, once you include this soap residue, you've got a certain percent that's a copper, 90% is supposed to be silver, but then you have this other added material, which might be 0.01%. So actually, this coin is 89.99% silver, or something like that, if you want to be technical. But the point is, these coins were just very, very sub quality. Again, at this old Philadelphia Mint. Now, Harry's collection. What I've got, again, this man was a genius. He was a visionary. He started putting these things away decades before they became popular. He put the nicest sets away. He didn't put these spotted sets. These were spotted sets I've accumulated from other collections. Every set I looked at of Harry's was magnificent. And so what I have for you today are the finest, most spectacular, complete ear sets from 1964 that you will ever see. And I have them in proof 67, proof 68, and the ultimate, the highest matching grade you can get this set in an NGC holder, proof 69. You will love the price because you see, again, I bought the complete collection. And because Harry was so selective, I paid a premium for these sets. But I was well rewarded in the fact that many of these coins came out grading 6.7, 6.8, and even some 6.9s. Now, folks, I've seen the Kennedy just by itself in proof 67. Top-rated dealers selling that coin for $200 and $300 just for that Kennedy $50. The other denominations I've seen on average, the penny, the cent, the nickel, dime, quarter for $50, $60, $70 a coin. This set would normally, if you bought the coins individually, be $300 to $400 or more. These are extremely rare. Take a look at these numbers. Total number certified, you had almost 4 million originally struck. By the way, Mint State examples, the 1964 Kennedy struck for commercial use, they struck over 400 million. So that's a ratio of over 100 to 1. But of all these over almost 4 million sets, to this date, NGC has only graded a mere 12,000 in proof 67 for the $50, 2,700 for the quarter, 3,800 for the dime, 1,600 for the nickel, and about 2,000 of the Lincoln cents in proof 67. These are the elite from 1964, folks. I'm going to price this set out to you, folks. Again, if you were even to find a spectacular 1964 set, almost virtually all of these sets, as you saw in the previous presentation, have been picked through at this point, 50 times over, folks. The sets you find are spotted, the coins are toned, unattractive. These are jewels. If you, by some miracle, found a monster set, the cost of that set, the cost to get each of these coins graded would be about $25. That's about $125 just for the grading fee. To have them shipped back registered mail would be at least another $20. You're in that for $150. It doesn't even include the cost of the coins. And that assumes you're going to get a proof 67. The fact is, there are a lot of small hairlines on most of these proofs from this era, and they usually grade proof 65 or proof 66. This entire set, all 5 coins, are not $4.99 or $3.99 or $2.95. I saw one on eBay recently for $295. That's the best price I've seen for a complete 1964 year set in a long, long time. I've got this set, again, because I acquired them in this collection, because he was so selective, because I got a larger percentage of 67s and 68s than I normally would have. My cost is lower than it normally is, and I'm passing that savings on to you, this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This entire set, folks, is only $169.
$169 for the entire 5-coin set. That's less than $35 a coin, $169, and that's for the Kennedy half dollar in there. And if you want to get 3 sets, it gets even better, because you can own 3 sets. While I have these, again, I have a good quantity of them, but they are limited. Just as I had with the original Proof 68 Franklin sets, I had a large quantity, and I still have some Proof 68 Franklins left, but I ran out of a couple dates. I can't offer those sets anymore. Can't offer them until I get some 1962s in, which are not supposed to be a rare date, but it's because these are all becoming very, very rare. 3 sets for only $489. That's $163 a set. And then if you want to get 5, folks, if you want to get 5, it drops down to $159. 5 sets for only $795. Now, if you want to take a step up, take a look at these Proof 68s. 1 point from the highest possible grade you can make any matching 1964 year set. They don't exist. It's not possible to complete a set in Proof 70, because a lot of these coins have never been graded in Proof 70. Here's a Washington quarter, a top-rated seller on eBay, over 57,000 happy customers, top-rated seller, which means he's had over 57,000 sales of very happy, satisfied customers who were happy with his coins, his quality, and his prices. $100 just for the quarter. I've got this complete set. Take a look, all 5 of these. Look at this Kennedy half dollar. Again, there are dealers selling the Kennedy half dollar alone for over $300 in Proof 68. You won't believe this price, folks. You know, the other sets, the Proof 67s were only $169. That is a fabulous once-in-a-lifetime price. Normally, when you go from 67 to 68, you double the price, at least. You'd expect these sets to be around $395. I've got these sets. Order now if you want to get these phenomenal sets, limited quantities. $189, only $20 more than the 6/7s. And it's only because this man had such a good grading eye that I got a few more 68s than would ever have been possible if it had been any other collection. I'm able to offer these sets for a limited time while I have these coins from Harry's collection for only $189. And if you want to get 3 of these sets, the price drops down to $176.33, folks. That's $35 a coin. $529 for 3 sets. And finally, if you want to get 5 sets, it drops down to less than $35 a coin, $169.80. All 5 sets for only $849. $849 for this last year of the Proof coin struck at the Philadelphia Mint. The last year these coins were struck in Proof on a 90% silver planchet for the Kennedy half dollar, for the Washington quarter, and for the Roosevelt dime. 1965, the Roosevelt dime had no silver content. It was struck in clad. The 1965 Kennedy was struck in 40% silver. These are the last of the 90% silver proofs, and they were the last of the Philadelphia issue proofs, and they're in Proof 68 at a record once in a lifetime. Get one now, the opportunity of a lifetime price, 5 sets for only $849. Now, I've been told we've actually already sold 2 sets in Proof 69, and I haven't even offered the 69s yet. Sasha, we better get to the 69s. We've got a lot of people calling in here. This is it. This is the top of the line. The top of the line. The highest grade matching set it's possible to complete. The highest grade Kennedy half dollar, Proof 69.
Proof 69. This is the ultimate, folks. This is the ultimate. Finding these in Proof 69. Oh, folks, this is perfection. Perfection. I asked Rick Montgomery, one of the head graders at NGC, will they ever grade a Proof 70 from this early era? He said, no, we won't, because they didn't have the technology. You look at this is perfection. They've only graded 3,500 Kennedy half dollars in Proof 69, only 2,500 Washington quarters, 2,700 Roosevelt dimes. The Jefferson nickels, only 2,187 coins. The Lincoln cent, only 1,699 graded in Proof 69. The Lincoln cent, again, a very problematical coin because it's struck in copper, over 50 years old, a copper coin, no toning, red condition, original red condition. It looks like it was struck yesterday, highest grade. Here's one on eBay. A Proof 69, $187. Just the Lincoln cent. Here's a Washington quarter. That's 100% positive feedback. I mean, these are among the top dealers. There's one for over $600. So you're over $800 for just those two coins. Here's one of the top dealers on eBay. $500 for the 64 Kennedy. You're over $1,300 for this set, for just those three coins. I didn't give you a nickel or dime comp yet. Just those three coins were over $1,300. This is the best ever, I never thought possible price. When these coins are in more demand than ever, I've been working on the 3rd edition of the Complete Guide to Franklin and Kennedy half dollars. Whitman and I had signed another contract. They called me, Rick, can you do a 3rd edition? I said, all right, I'll do a 3rd edition. It's a lot of work, folks, but boy, the market, the collectors out there love these coins from this era. This set, folks, this set, get ready, $359. $359. And this hoard was so magnificent. If you want to own 3 of these sets in Proof 69, it drops down to under $350 a set. 3 sets for only $1,049. And then finally, 5 sets for $339 a set. 5 sets for $1,695. Think about that, $339 a set. Far less than what a lot of dealers are asking for the Kennedy half dollar alone. The entire set for only $339 when you get 5. We are getting a lot of folks calling in on this. This is the most exciting Kennedy year set in Proof 69 that I'll ever be able to offer. You get into the later years when they were struck at the San Francisco Mint, the quality improved. It becomes easier to get Proof 69 coins. There are exceptions. I mean, there were some years at the San Francisco Mint when, for example, the Lincoln cent suffered from a lot of problems with nicks and scratches in the field. And so the Lincoln cent can be surprisingly difficult to get in some of those years at the San Francisco Mint. Notorious in 1971, 1972, notorious for marks. But the Kennedy half dollars from this, the San Francisco Mint era, just phenomenal quality, much higher quality overall than the 1964 Philadelphia Mint Kennedy half dollar, which is the key date in the set. It's the key date in the set. It's the biggie. It's the only year the 1964 Kennedy was struck on a 90% silver planchet. The only year it was issued from the Philadelphia Mint in proof condition. And we've got them here for $1,695 when you can get 5, but this is a limited time offer. Again, folks, this came from an estate, a collection, the likes of which I will never see again. It was so large. I mean, this is a man who collected. He was at every coin show every weekend. He was always on the teletype. He worked 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, except when he took a day off to go golfing. He was kind of hyperactive. He chain smoked cigarettes, and he drank coffee all day long. And whenever I talked to him, I would get 2 or 3 words in for every 50 he got in. I mean, he was working at, I'm talking, think I'm talking fast now, just increase that speed by, double that speed, and you'll have an idea of what it was like talking to Harry. But I loved the guy. He was really honest, and I always knew that when he said he had a nice coin, that with his eye, that I could count on him having something nice for me. And this collection from him is just a dream come true for the collector of today. Please take advantage of it. Let's run through it once more. At the very bottom there, we've got these 1964 year sets. We have them in proof 67 condition, which is an extraordinary grade. Dealers are selling the $50 alone for $250, $300. I've got the complete set for only $169. Again, I forgot to mention, these will all be encapsulated in these latest state-of-the-art NGC holders. These holders are sonically sealed. They're airtight. They're made from an inert material, so the coins will not tone. Additionally, the plastics used are the highest medical-grade plastics. They're much more difficult to work with. On the other hand, they will preserve your coins like you see them now. 20, 30 years from now, they will be every bit as magnificent as they are today. The 6-7 sets, only $169 for one, $489 for three, $795 for five. These magnificent Proof 68s, and this is the buy of the lifetime here, because they're only $20 more, folks. They're not double the price. They're not double the price. They're only $20 more, $189. Don't just get one of these. Get 3 or 5 of these, because I do have a decent quantity of these. They will run out, but for now, I've got a decent quantity. I have 3 sets for only $529, and 5 sets for only $849. That's only $169.80 a set for 6/8. That's 2 sets in 5. 2 sets in 5. Thank you. 2 sets in 5. 2 sets in 5. And finally, these 6/9 sets, the top of the line. You can't beat quality. Here you have the highest possible matching grade in existence for this last year of the Philadelphia Proof Series. These beautiful, beautiful proof coins from 1964 for only $359. We have dealers selling just the Lincoln cent alone for $150 to $200. Some dealers selling the quarters for $500, $600. The $50, $500. There was one set we saw on eBay in 6/9 for $1,300. And that was a dealer who had over 20,000 happy customers with 100% positive feedback. You know, he had over 20,000 people who liked his coins, liked his prices, been in business for many, many years, and we've got this set. Guarantee you will love this set. You will be so happy. $359 for one. While we have them, you can get 3 for only $1,049 and 5 for the incredible price of $1,695. Think about that. That's 5 sets for just a little bit more than that one top-rated eBay seller was selling a single set for. Right here on Rick's U.S. Coin Show. It's been a thrill. In this last year at the Philadelphia Mint, the only year with the Kennedy $50, these 6/9 sets for those once-in-a-lifetime, opportunity collector price of only $359 if you get one. And if you get 5, it drops down to $339. Got a lot of people calling in. It looks like we still have a bit of a queue here, but we will get you in just a moment. Just stay on there. Take advantage of this, folks, while I have them. This is a great opportunity. This is a window of opportunity for the collector of today to get some truly, truly beautiful, top quality, and truly rare coins at such a great, great price that gives you so much future potential. Thank you for watching.
Hi, I'm Jack McNamara, and I'm standing in front of the historic New Orleans Mint. This mint was first authorized when the Mint Act of 1835 was signed by Andrew Jackson. William Strickland, famous for designing buildings in Philadelphia, was called in to build the New Orleans Mint. By May 7, 1838, the building was completed and began striking its first coinage, which were seated Liberty dimes. For the next 23 years, the New Orleans Mint struck coins of every denomination until 1861, when the Confederate States captured the building. This building was used to strike coins for the Confederacy, making it the only mint building to do so. By 1862, Union forces had recaptured the building, but it remained closed until 1876, when it was used as an assay office. Just 3 years later, in 1879, the mint was back in operation, striking our beloved O-Mint mark coins until it finally closed its doors for good in 1909.
Tuning in, everyone. We're the Coin Guys.
We're the Coin Guys, and we're back.
We are Jack and Rick. I'm Rick, of course, and
Jack
this is
McNamara.
Jack, we love to do a presentation together, but it's only under special circumstances.
Right, it has to be something really that we're excited about.
When we get an extraordinary opportunity in something that has tremendous potential for all the viewers out there.
Right.
And that's what we have today. We're calling it our Coin Guys Terrific 10.
Right.
This, a 10-coin Morgan dollar collection, folks, that is spectacular.
Yeah.
It offers so much numismatic bang for your dollar.
Right.
I mean, it is really a great, great opportunity. If you've never bought a rare coin before, a United States rare coin, this is just a perfect place to start.
Yep. I mean, right now, Rick, Morgan dollars, I mean, it's always been kind of that, blue chip core of collectors, the most popular coin.
The backbone of,
Right, but right now is incredible.
Yeah.
There are more collectors of Morgan dollars than there's ever been. Coins that I used to be able to get, with a couple phone calls, I can't find anywhere. The Mint, a lot of people don't know this maybe, but the Mint has announced that they're releasing a 100th anniversary 2021 Morgan dollars, with different mint marks and things. And it has just made people go crazy for Morgans. And a lot of these new collectors who are buying these new issues now are going back to the original coins.
Exactly. And this is the key, folks. This is a 10-coin collection. Now, we picked these 10 coins because of their exceptional quality and a lot of scarcity. And we got this collection at a great, great price.
Right. Yep.
Now, first of all, let's take a look at these 10 coins that we have for you today, folks. They're 10
They're beautiful coins. They're all mint
Morgan
state
dollars.
condition, uncirculated
Exactly.
coins.
And some of them were struck in New Orleans. We have an 1884 O, which means it was struck in New Orleans. An 1885 O. A 1904 O.
I love that date.
The last New Orleans minted Morgan dollar.
Yeah, 1904 was supposed to be the final year for the Morgan series.
Yeah.
And this was struck at that famous New Orleans Mint. And this really should have been the last Morgan dollar, but then 1921 they needed more coins. But this is a very important coin, the last O-Mint coin, last O-Mint Morgan dollar.
Just a few years later, they shut down. As
Correct.
far as
altogether for any
coin
coinage.
making. And then you have 86P and an 1879S, a San Francisco mint
that's
coin.
an exciting coin too, because you've got the second year of the Morgan dollar. There's a lot of demand for these S-Mint coins because the San Francisco Mint is known for exceptional strikes, razor-sharp strikes, incredible luster. This is a coin, too, that there's so much demand for right now. I was just really struggling to find any of these coins.
And then we get to some coins even rarer, and we'll be showing the audience information about the rarity of these coins. But we have another 1898 struck at the New Orleans Mint, 98O, and a 1902O.
Right.
A very tough coin. And an 1889 struck at the Philadelphia Mint. And then finishing it off, these two coins, Jack, I mean, the fact that we could offer these last two coins in the set at this price is miraculous.
Yeah, these are tough coins.
A 19010, I remember going back 35 years when I was specializing just only in Morgan dollars. Even back then, 19010s in uncirculated condition were hard to find.
Yep.
Really tough coins. And we have those today in this set. And then the last coin, the rarest of all, an 1882 Philadelphia Mint.
Yeah.
Jack, the fact that we were able to get these last two pieces is just, it's a dream come true for
Right.
collectors.
Right.
Now, first of all, the key to Morgan dollars, folks, as we first learned, Jack, when we first started specializing in these coins, it's all about condition rarity.
Right.
When we're talking about rare coins,
Right.
there's two kinds of rarity. There's coins with absolute rarity, which
Right.
are coins that are rare in any condition, like
Right.
the 1913 Liberty nickel.
Right. They only made 5.
5 coins. So even if you had the lowest quality example, the poorest example of the 5, it's worth millions,
Correct.
millions of dollars.
Absolutely.
And then there's condition rarity, which
Right.
is, when we're talking about rare coins today, we're usually talking about condition rarity.
Right. Correct.
And that's a coin that may be common in lower grades because they struck a lot of them,
Right.
perhaps in the millions. But there are very few survivors in uncirculated condition. Think about that, uncirculated condition,
Right.
meaning they were struck, they went into a bin, they went through a coin counting machine, they went into a mint bag,
Right.
and it's like they never made it out of the mint bag into circulation.
Right. They somehow got put either in a bank vault or somebody went to a
Yeah.
bank when it was brand new and put it away in their drawer or in their collection. These are coins that literally over 100 years ago never made it into circulation, have no signs of wear. They may, like you said, have a few marks or things from just the process of how they're made and counted and sorted.
And folks, just to give you an idea of what we're talking about, we've got some coins picked up in a local coin shop for around $35, $40 that are your typical Morgan dollars that were in
They're actually
circulation.
probably more than that these days.
Yeah.
There's been so much demand lately.
Oh, yeah,
They've been
yeah.
really, really rocketing.
For example, that 1896 there, that first one, that was struck in New Orleans. Sasha's
wow.
going to flip it around. And you can tell it's struck in New Orleans. All our O mints, folks, have this same mint mark. You see the O mint mark right above, at 6 o'clock, right above the D and O, meaning it was struck in New Orleans. Now, this is fascinating because they struck about 5 million of them. You can get circulated examples, like I said here. At the time, I got it for $35. But in uncirculated condition,
Right.
there are thousands and thousands of dollars. In fact, they can be $10, $20, $30,000
96O is
or
a
more.
very
Yeah.
rare coin in uncirculated
And then there's
condition.
another one, the next one, an 1886O, another one that they struck over 10 million, Jack. So, in circulated condition, it's very inexpensive. But to get it in mint state, there was the one from the Jack Lee collection that sold for around $200,000.
Wow.
And that was years ago. It's probably well more than that today. And then there was recently the 1886O DMPL that sold for $750,000.
Right.
And there's another, the 1897. They struck almost 700 million Morgan dollars.
Right.
And here's a chart showing you how many were struck through the entirety of the series, from 1878 to 1921.
Right.
Over almost 700 million. They melted over 270 million down in 1918
Right.
for the Pittman Act, leaving still well over 350 million coins surviving.
Right.
However, in uncirculated condition, folks, you look at the total number certified by the two major grading services.
Right.
Only around 2%, less
That's
than
a tiny
2%,
tiny
have been
percentage, yeah.
certified in uncirculated mint state condition.
Right.
Now, again, uncirculated mint state condition means it's a coin that was never in circulation. Just imagine, folks, again, these coins were struck for commerce.
Yeah.
So they were struck once on the die press, ejected into a bin.
Right.
Okay, one coin is ejected,
They're all
falls on
landing on
top
top
of the
of each other, yep.
They all get bag marks along the way. We refer to them as bag marks because from the bin they go into a coin counting machine and they get dumped into bags,
Right.
thrown onto trains to be shipped to banks around the country.
Right. And those bags are big. This is a bag that was probably used for. This was a gold coin bag.
This is not an actual silver
But
dollar
the,
bag.
The
right.
silver dollar
Yeah.
bags
With
are about
much
yay
larger.
big, and they fit 1,000 coins. They weigh about 55 pounds. when they're putting them on stagecoaches and wheelbarrows,
Yeah.
and they're tossing these bags. The coins are getting banged. I did similar. I didn't throw my back, but one of my earliest road trips to a coin show where I flew somewhere,
yeah.
I bought a bag of Morgan dollars, and I had it in my carry-on, and I wasn't thinking.
Oh, wow.
And I'm trying to put it in the overhead, and the flight attendant is like, "Can I help you?" And I'm like, "No, it's good." And then I said, "Never again. I'm shipping it."
And then the carry-on collapsed.
Yeah, I was like, "Oh boy."
But so the point being, folks, again, we refer to them as bag marks, but a lot of these Morgan dollars actually developed a lot of marks along the way before they went into the bag.
Correct.
So it's part of the whole process from the time they're struck, one coin falling on top of another into the bin, through the coin counting machines, then getting dumped into the bags.
Right.
We refer to them as bag marks, but it's the minting process. And all Morgan dollars end up with marks.
Correct.
Because of the way they're
Absolutely.
struck.
Right.
The key is to get them uncirculated and in nice uncirculated condition, because when you get a typical bag of Morgan dollars back then that never made it into circulation by some miracle,
Yeah.
you're going to have some coins with a lot more marks than others.
Right.
So not only are these uncirculated, but they're hand selected, so that they're really choice uncirculated examples that we're offering you today, folks. Now you saw the number surviving in total number for the entire series in uncirculated condition that have been certified.
Right.
Now these 10 dates we have, folks, first of all, so on this first page here, we've got the more common Morgan and Peace dollars. Morgan dollars were struck from 1878, and then in 1921 was the last year, and Peace dollars 1921 to 1935. The most common Morgan dollar in uncirculated condition is the 1881S.
Right.
That's the most common of all. You go shopping around, we found some prices offered at auction prices of the 1881S, folks. Just the 1881S, the most common Morgan dollar.
Right.
This is a dealer with 100% positive feedback, all right? Now, Mint State 62 for $450, okay? $450 just for the 1881S. Here's another one. Again, same grade, Mint State 62, another dealer with 100% positive feedback, $450. And that's the most common Morgan dollar.
Right.
Now, folks, these are in descending order from the most common to the rarest on this first page. So our set starts with the 1884-0. That is the most common coin in this set in uncirculated condition, although it's more elusive than the 1881S, as you can see there. The second coin, as we showed you originally, another New Orleans mint, an 1885-0. But then, Jack, they get considerably more elusive.
Oh, yeah.
The third coin is a 19040, that one of our favorites.
Yeah, I love that date.
Almost twice as rare as those earlier New Orleans mint coins.
Right. And like I said earlier, I love that date because that was going to be the last year of the Morgan dollar. They
Yeah.
didn't have intentions to make
That's
later
right.
ones. And that's the last Morgan dollar at that.
Yeah.
I mean, the New Orleans mint is just one of the most historic mints. I mean, there's so much
Yeah.
history there.
We spent a few days there.
Exactly.
It was built in the 1830s.
Right.
That's when they
Right
first
on
started striking
on
coins.
the
Yeah.
banks of the Mississippi
Yeah,
River. It
yeah.
was such a important
Yeah.
financial hub and transportation hub, and the only mint that was struck coins for the federal government and the Confederate
Right.
government and the state of Louisiana.
Yeah, it was at one time. It was, as far as coin production, the largest branch mint
Right.
in the country. And so the fourth coin here is about the same rarity as the 040 in
Right.
mint state condition. In 1886, struck at the Philadelphia Mint.
Right.
Now the Philadelphia Mint didn't have a mint mark.
Right, because that was the first mint. That's the headquarters of the U.S. Mint.
So that's the one Morgan dollar that actually doesn't have a mint mark on it. But then at the bottom of the page, the toughest coin on this first page, that 79, struck at the San Francisco Mint.
Right.
Only 109,000.
yeah, and I love this coin. Second year of issue. S mints are known
It has
for
been
their
so tough.
Yeah,
to get.
these coins all of a sudden, within the last 6 months, they've just
man.
vanished
Yeah.
because there's so much demand for these coins that they just don't exist anywhere in the market.
Take a look at one of these. San Francisco Mint struck some of the most beautiful Morgan dollars. Incredible. Look at this,
Look
Jack.
at that.
The
Look at
luster,
the
the
strike.
strike.
Whew.
Yeah. To survive
It's a
with
blazer.
so few marks, it's miraculous.
The
and the
luster's
strike.
awesome. The strike is awesome. That is a blazer.
This is a brilliant, uncirculated, choice Morgan dollar, folks. To survive in this condition, this is what makes this such a great collector special.
And I love that we got a coin from the 1870s in here, too.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. The first year was the 1878, and there you have the San Francisco Mint mark, that S Mint mark on the bottom at 6 o'clock.
But these coins have dried up. These go into collections, and they get locked up for decades.
Yep.
You know, once they go into collections, people aren't letting these things go. They're just so hard to find.
Now, folks, then we get to the next page where we have what we call some of the scarce dates in the Morgan and Peace Dollar series. And these are coins where fewer than 100,000 have been certified in uncirculated mint state condition, but at least 50,000. And so the fewer than 100,000 certified. And there you have a 98.0 Jack. They minted 4.4 million coins, but only 78,000 certified in mint state condition.
Right.
And then the 020.
Another
tough
That's
coin.
a tough Omen coin.
You know, the fact that we can offer an 020, you know, even though they, again, like, it's all about condition rarity, folks. You have some coins with high mintages, but so few survivors in uncirculated condition.
Yeah. And those late Oments, that end of the series Oments, are tough coins to get.
The 19020, again, Jack, I started in Morgans in the early 80s, and even back then, a nice 020 was a tough coin. This is a great coin. And again, referencing back, the most common Morgan dollar, 81S, you have dealers off asking $450 for examples in Mint State 62. And there's your O Mint mark.
That's a great coin.
It is a great coin, yeah. And then the last coin on this page, 89P, only 55,000 certified. They struck 21 million examples, but so hard to find in uncirculated condition, Jack.
Right.
1889, struck at the Philadelphia Mint. And again, the Philadelphia Mint was the one mint that didn't have a mint mark, so that's how you know it was struck in Philadelphia.
Right. So, Rick, as you'll see here, obviously on the stand, we have these coins not in any holders so that you can really see what they look like.
Yeah, close up, right.
But you'll notice on some of these close-up hand shots we're showing, the coins are in these plastic capsules. That's how we're going to deliver these coins.
Exactly.
You're going to get
Protective.
these. Exactly. So that your coins are safe.
See-through. Exactly.
You know, they're not going to get any more bag marks.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
they're completely protected from moving around.
They've
right
got a
now.
ring there to hold them in place so they don't rattle around. They're going to come in a box where each holder is separated from the other.
Exactly.
And that's the last coin on this scarce date chart. And now, Jack, we get the last two coins in this set. These are the miracle coins.
These are the very scarce date
Page
coins.
3, folks. Fewer than 50,000 certified in all grades.
Right.
This was where we got extremely fortunate because we have a 19010 Jack. A 19010.
Yeah.
To get a 19010, only 42,000 certified in all grades. A New Orleans Mint, folks, this rare is very, very special.
And like I said, those late date New Orleans coins are tough to get. You know, I thought it was a big deal that we were able to put some of those other ones in here, the 98.0, the 020.
Right.
But to be able to put this 010 in here, that was really.
This is a huge bonus, folks,
kinda
to be able to
pushes it
do
over
it.
the top.
This entire set, again, if we had prices at $3,500, that would be one thing.
Right.
But it's basically at what we would call a common date price to offer these scarce, very scarce dates. And here's a beautiful example of one of the 010s that we have. I love the New Orleans Mint mark. It's a favorite among collectors, that O Mint mark.
Right, that Southern Mint.
Last struck coins in the early 1900s. This is one of the last years they struck any coins. Beautiful luster. Look at the full strike, the breast feathers. All the detail is right there, folks.
Lovely coin.
To survive in this condition, a coin that's 120 plus years old. It's
Yeah.
miraculous.
Yep.
This is why this is such a great opportunity. And then, Jack, the last coin, the 1882P. Going back to our chart one last time, these very scarce dates at the very bottom. 1882P. We have 1882P in this set. You know, it's about twice as rare as the 19010.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know?
And that 01's a tough coin.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, even the scarce dates are tough coins. Right. I mean, they're all tough at this point. It's just a matter of how rare is it. 1882p. We've got an example here to show you. Again, struck at the Philadelphia Mint. So elusive in mint state condition. Again, all Morgan dollars will have marks because, again, the nature of how they were made.
This is not like a modern mint proof coin where they individually strike it and they hand put it in a holder for a collector. The mint's only goal here, their only job, was to make coins, for circulation. It wasn't to make them for collectors and keep them pristine. It was they wanted to do a good job, make the best coins they could, but they needed to literally, by law, make millions of these every month.
That's right. Jack, even 50 years ago, mint state condition was not a big concern at the mint, as long as it was uncirculated.
Right.
And this is where we get to the mint state grading scale that we referred to. We showed the viewers that 1881S in mint state 62. In 1986, when PCGS and NGC opened their doors for business of two major grading services, they used the 70-point Sheldon grading scale. And in fact, you just interviewed Harvey
Stack.
Stack, who's very familiar with the Sheldon grading scale because they had worked with
Dr. Sheldon.
Dr. Sheldon.
I spoke to Harvey recently. He was telling me stories about Dr. William Sheldon, who is a large cent collector. He wrote a book called Penny Whimsy that talked about the rarity of all the different varieties of large cents. And as part of this book, he came up with this grading scale because, they were using all these adjectives, very fine, extremely fine, uncirculated for the best coins. And he was trying to make it more definitive, and he used this numeric scale, and he made a 70-point scale where 1 is you can barely recognize it, 70 is it's absolutely perfect.
Like our Cirque Morgans might be an 8 or a 10 or something.
Exactly. The circulated ones might be very good 8 or very good 10, or if you're lucky, you get an extremely fine 40. That's a pretty nice coin. You don't see those in circulation. That's a coin that didn't circulate long. But the uncirculated coins, which in the old days they'd call brilliant uncirculated, those coins got a grade of 60 or higher, mint state 60 or higher. So when the grading service started, like you said, in the 1980s, PCGS and NGC, they were trying to really make a standardized way of grading because it was the Wild West and, people disagreed on the grade. So they wanted it to be everyone using the same scale. So they went back to this core that Dr. William Sheldon came up with in the 1940s, I think, 40s or 50s. And they used that as the basis for the way we grade coins today. So today, an MS-60 or higher is a coin that never went into circulation.
Right. If you got a bag of silver dollars, the MS-60s would probably be the coins with the most marks in the bag.
Right.
You're going to get the kind of coins that you're seeing here. They're going to be really nice mint state examples, hand-selected. And that's the beauty of this set. And now, again, at $3,500, Jack, this would be a great set. I mean, again, when you see the most common Morgan dollar, the 1881S, dealers asking $450 for examples in very similar quality, and that's the most common date. And that, here we have all these more elusive examples. This is where we got really fortunate, because it's not $3,500 obviously,
right?
But even $2,495 would have been a pretty good price.
Oh yeah, that would have been a fair deal.
Folks, at $19.95, this is a fabulous collection. It's less than $200 a coin.
Right.
For coins like that include the 1879S on page 1. It's such a tough coin. Wow. And then we have those 3 coins on page 2, the 98.0, the 020, and the 89P. But then page 3, an 010 and an 82P.
Yep.
And, $450 a coin would make this a $4,500 set. $350, $3,500 set. $200 a coin is a fabulous, fabulous opportunity. But this is a Coin Guy special. This is why we're here.
Exactly.
We've got this entire set.
Less than $1,500, Rick. $1,495, $1,495. You're getting all these coins, all 10 of these coins that we talked about, with some really scarce dates on here. You got all these late date O mints. You've got these low mint P mints, that 82P. I mean, first people put the 82P in here.
$1,495. That's less than $200 a coin. That's less than $150
a coin.
And in this era, when you have bullion, it's almost around $30 an ounce.
Right.
These are silver dollars. Great dates. in beautiful uncirculated
They're
condition,
mint
Jack.
state coins, brilliant uncirculated coins.
This is a limited time offer at this price, folks.
Right,
This
this
is really important because we have made so many presentations. When we came out with the coins, they were offered at one price, and then 6 months later, we could no longer fulfill that.
Right.
This is one of those presentations where we have so many better dates in here, and we have the whole set at such a great collector-friendly price. So if you're watching right now, folks, this is a limited time offer. We really hope you can take advantage of it. I mean, this is where I started out in silver dollars. You know, we know our silver dollars. We've assembled some of the finest Morgan dollar collections
Absolutely.
over the decades, folks. And this is a great, perfect place to start. $14.95. This available on the 2-pay option.
Yeah. They can give half now, $747.50 now, then a second equal payment in 30 days, and the set is yours. We will keep the set in the vault for you. We'll make sure that the set is here so that you're able to get in on this.
We must emphasize how important that is, because we get a lot of people who will call in, say, a few days or a week later, who want to order the set. And we have to tell them, we're sorry, we can't offer it anymore, we're all out.
Right.
This allows you the opportunity to call in today, just put half down, and we'll hold one of these sets aside for you with your name on it, put it in our vault.
Right.
And you pay the balance in 30 days. It's that easy.
Right. Absolutely.
Guaranteed uncirculated Morgan dollars.
Right,
That
so
is
these-
so important, the condition rarity.
Exactly. These coins are brilliant uncirculated. We
Yeah.
look at these coins for eye appeal. We don't send you coins that have dark toning or big gashes or anything like that. There are
Exactly,
coins
yeah.
that will technically grade uncirculated mint state that you don't want. They're ugly coins. And those are the coins we kick out. We are not going to send those type of coins out to you.
Look at these beautiful, brilliant, uncirculated Morgan dollars with so many tougher dates in here in uncirculated condition. Folks, again, you're getting 10 great coins that we acquired a deal where that we cherry-picked the dates where we could offer you the most numismatic bang for your buck, basically. And, you know, these 10 dates, you know, we've got the 1884 New Orleans Mint, the 1885 New Orleans Mint, and again, you find the mint mark on the reverse of the coin at 6 o'clock. 1904, the last New Orleans minted Morgan dollar, and an 1886 Philadelphia Mint, and then that 1879 San Francisco
Mint. That's an important one.
Tough coin, very tough coin. The fact that we could offer those in this set is fantastic. We have them in order of their condition rarity. In other words, how rare they are in uncirculated condition. The most common Morgan dollar in uncirculated condition is the 1881S. That's not in the set.
Right.
We showed the viewers that uncirculated 81S is in the condition. We have these coins go for $400 or $500.
Right.
And here we have an 1884 O. More elusive than the 81S to start the set. Struck in New Orleans, that's what the O means. The second coin, another New Orleans mint, the 1885 O. And then, Jack, a third New Orleans, the last Morgan dollar struck at the New Orleans Mint, the old New Orleans Mint, 1904 O.
Yeah, and that's an important coin. I love all those O Mint coins. There's so much rich history.
Very scarce coin in this condition, folks. And then the fourth coin, 1886, struck at the Philadelphia Mint. And then 1879 struck at the San Francisco
And I love
Mint.
that. I love that coin. Second year of the Morgan dollar, and those San Francisco coins, known for their great luster, great strikes. It's just a great coin.
And then coin number 6. This is where we get to the second page on our Morgan chart, where we get to the next level of rarity. Coins with fewer than 100,000 certified in all mint state grades. 1898 struck at the New Orleans Mint. And it's a miracle that we could have this next coin, the 19020.
Right.
These last two New Orleans Mint pieces.
Yeah, again, this is that page of the chart where we're under 100,000. These are those scarce dates. And like I said before, I can't stress, those late date New Orleans Mint coins are tough coins to get.
I mean, again, folks, I started specializing in Morgan dollars in the 1980s. 19020 in this condition was a tough coin even back then. And we have that as part of this set. And then we have the 1889P. Only 55,000 folks certified in all uncirculated grades. And then finally, these last 2 coins, which, you know, if we had the first 8 coins in the set for $14.95, Jack,
great deal.
it would be a fine, fine opportunity. But to have these last 2 coins, which are the rarest of all, I mean, this is a grand slam opportunity. The 19010, you know, we're talking about only fewer than 50,000 certified. The 19010. And the last coin, incredibly elusive, the 1882 Philadelphia Mint.
Yeah, that is an
Just
elusive
over 20,000 examples certified in all Mint State grades. The entire collection for only $1,495. We want to thank you for watching this presentation.
Yeah.
This is the Coin Guys terrific 10 Morgan collection.
it's a great set.
We put it all on the line for you folks when Jack and I get together to offer you a really, really great United States rare coin opportunity.
Yeah.
And this ranks right at the very top. Thank you for watching.
Thanks so much.
I'm Rick.
I'm Jack.
We're the Coin Guys. But please stay tuned. We have another great presentation coming right up. Jack, as a collector, looking at this coin puts a big smile on my face.
They're stunning. It's a beautiful design.
We have, folks, if you've watched any of our shows over the last several years, we've been most fortunate to have had access to some of the greatest United States gold rarities coming out of the great European gold hoard.
Yeah.
This is a Halley's Comet event. Well, I'll tell you a little bit more about the Great European Gold Hoard in a few minutes. But these are United States gold coins that were sitting in European banks since the 1930s. And most of the gold coming out of those banks are $20 Eagles,
Right, $20
Liberty
double
Eagles,
Eagles, right.
and St. Gaudens Double Eagles. But never have we gotten a $10 St. Gaudens Indian 1926p like we have today in the condition we have these coins, Jack. Mint State 64, they're like, to survive in this condition, folks, these coins should not exist. The only reason they exist in the condition we have them in is because of this great European bank hoard.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, they're stunning coins. I mean, MS64,
Yeah.
very choice, brilliant, uncirculated is what, you know, in the old days we'd say. I mean, virtual gem. And it's such a stunning design. It's designed by Augustus St. Gaudens. This is part of that era that we talk about, Rick, right? The Renaissance of American coinage.
Yeah.
Which was when Theodore Roosevelt tasked Augustus St. Gaudens to redesign our coins.
In fact, many books have been written about the Renaissance era. Here's the cover of one, and you can see Teddy Roosevelt there at the helm of the ship. You know, he felt we were a great country.
We were.
With a
We
great
are.
tradition, and that we should have coins with great classical themes that reflected what our country is all about.
Right. We've talked about it many times. He wrote a letter to Secretary
That's right.
of Treasury Leslie Shaw, said that the current coins were of hideous atrociousness.
Yes.
Can we get a man like St. Gaudens to
Yes.
redesign them? St. Gaudens was the premier artist of the day. So he put him to task. He wanted him to redesign all the coins.
All of our coins, yes.
But unfortunately, St. Gaudens was up there in age and was in failing health. But he, luckily for us, as not only numismatistic collectors, but as Americans, was able to redesign the two largest denominations, the $20 and the $10.
He died in 1907, the year those coins were released.
Right, right.
Today, folks, we have these $10 gold pieces, 1926p. These are so rare. Mint State 64, we were doing research. The finest known example of the 26p is in Mint State 66.
Yeah, there are no
These are among the
67s.
finest known. For our viewers, explain to them the Sheldon grading scale.
Right, when we grade coins, we use a 70-point grading scale. 1 is just so worn out you can hardly recognize it. 70 is flawless. There's no such thing as 70 for coins of this era. Like Rick said, there's no coins graded above a 66. 60 is considered uncirculated. So when you get to a grade of 60, those are coins that have no wear. They never went into circulation. When you have those coins, though, in those lower grades of mint state, brilliant uncirculated coins like MS60, 61, these are coins that they didn't go into circulation.
But they had a lot of marks.
But they have a lot of marks and things, right.
For example, here's an original bag from the European gold hoard that had gold coins in it. In a typical bag, let's say there were 500 gold coins in here. In a typical bag, you dump the coins out. The baggiest coins with the most marks will be MS60s and MS61s. The finest examples with the least number of marks will be like the coins you see here today. So this is truly miraculous. Can we get a hand shot on one of these? For this coin, folks, struck in 1926, to survive in this condition, again, they should not exist. Now the question is, okay, why do they exist? Take a look at this coin, folks. First thing, though, you will not see quality like this. If you go into a jewelry shop, you'll see them in bezels, where they've been polished and and they're ruined.
And they won't even grade that. They can't even give it a poor 1 grade on the Sheldon scale.
This
That's
is
considered a damaged coin, and those coins won't grade.
These $10 St. Gaudens Indians are so much rarer than the double eagles.
Now, the story I find fascinating, Rick, is clearly this is a beautiful design. We talk about the St. Gaudens double eagle with that walking Liberty design on it. But initially, this Indian head design, which was heavily influenced by Theodore Roosevelt, he kind of, they were working together. But when St. Gaudens worked on this design, he loved this design so much that he actually wanted this design to be on the $20 coin, the larger coin. And they did make one pattern piece. We were talking about this earlier. They made one example of a $20 coin in this with this design on it. And that coin, they literally struck only one coin. The last time this coin sold was 1984. This has been in a collection. It is believed by many that this coin is the most valuable coin. If this sold publicly today, it could be a $30 million coin. I mean, just recently, the 1933 double eagle, which is an extreme rarity, only one can be owned privately. But the Smithsonian does have another dozen or so of those examples. That coin sold for $18.9 million recently. Now this coin, they only struck one of.
You can't put a price tag on it.
No,
you really can't.
It's an incredible rarity. But I just wanted to talk about that.
Design.
It's such a classic design. But I just wanted to talk about that because it just shows how passionate St. Gaudens was about this design that Roosevelt ended up using on the $10 coin. But it's just such an incredible design. And you've got one of the greatest artists ever wanting this to be the centerpiece coin of his kind of series that he was beginning to work on here.
And here's the thing, folks. For the entire series of the St. Gaudens, they struck about 70 million coins. For the $10, they only struck about 15 million. But then surviving in mid-state condition, the $20 St. Gaudens about 2 million, the $10 only about 355,000. And then look how many in 6.4. This is for the entire series, folks.
That's not just this date. This is the whole series.
The entire series from 1907 to 1933. Only 50,000 coins. Now, of that 50,000, here's the most important part. About 29,000 of those are the 32p. Only 9,500 are 1926p's. That's it. This is a miracle. These coins that we have today should not exist. I've said that several times. Now, why do they exist? Well, the story all begins with the Great Depression. The Great Depression began in late 1929. It was economic devastation for countries around the world. Our country hadn't experienced anything like it since the Civil War. The stock market crashed. Unemployment was around 25%. It was catastrophic. There were an estimated 4,000 bank failures in 1933 alone. Millions of Americans had their life savings wiped out. Overnight, a family that felt secure suddenly found themselves destitute because there was no FDIC insurance back then. Your money wasn't guaranteed. Could you imagine having your life savings, 20 years, 30 years of your life savings in the bank for safekeeping? That was your nest egg, folks. And imagine going to the bank the next day and the banks shuttered closed. They failed. You were wiped out, affecting hundreds of thousands of families, millions of families. So, a lot of citizens who had their life savings in banks that had not yet failed were understandably terrified that their bank would be next. And so they began pulling their money out of their bank and taking that paper money, which for all they knew could be next to worthless in 6 months or a year, and they began buying United States gold coins. Because, you know, again, the cash could be worthless in a year from now.
Yeah, I mean, they've seen it happen in the Weimar Republic in Germany.
Yeah.
I've seen pictures of, you know, there was such hyperinflation that people, I saw an image recently, people burning their money because it was cheaper than going and buying firewood to fuel their home. Because that's how
carrying money
cheap
to the bank in a wheelbarrow to buy a loaf of bread.
Right.
Yeah. But gold, on the other hand, throughout human history, gold has always had value. You go back to the ancient Egyptian times, folks, 3000 BC. 3000 BC, the ancient Egyptians believed gold was from the flesh of their sun god and that it was indestructible. Throughout human history, across cultures, gold has always had value. So you had all these citizens pulling their money out of banks, buying these gold coins, which created additional stress on our banking system. They had to put a stop on this run on the banks because that was just threatening more banks, more bank failures. And so on April 5th, 1933, then President Franklin Roosevelt passed Executive Order 6102, which made owning over $100 worth of gold or gold bullion or gold certificates illegal. And back then, gold was about $20 an ounce. So, you know, that was, 10 of these eagles.
Right.
And everyone would have to turn their gold coins into the Treasury for paper money on or before May 1st, 1933. And if you were caught with over $100 worth of gold, folks, it was enforced. You could face a $10,000 fine or 10 years imprisonment or both. And folks, they enforced it. And so all those people that had accumulated all those gold coins had to turn them in to the Treasury in exchange for paper money. And what did the Treasury do with all that gold? They melted it back down into gold bars.
Right.
Of all the denominations struck by the U.S. Mint, the most heavily melted in terms of the percentage of the total mintage, almost half of the entire mintage of the $10 gold eagles were melted back down into gold bars.
And actually, you know what, Rick? As a testament to how many gold coins the U.S. government melted at this time, I don't know if you realize this, but Fort Knox was just a military fort until this time. That's when they built this high secure depository at Fort Knox, which we all think of Fort Knox.
That's what originated.
They built it for this sole purpose because they had so many gold bars and they wanted to secure it in one location. So, I mean, the most famous, most high secure place probably in the world was created because we melted so many gold coins down.
Now, this is where the great European bank hoard comes in. Here you had all these Americans, they were struck between a rock and a hard place. Okay, I keep my money in the bank and risk the bank going under and I'm getting wiped out. I could buy gold coins and risk getting arrested, but there was a third option. It turns out not every citizen turned all their gold in. For individuals of means and some institutions who basically said to themselves, well, the government might tell us it is illegal to own over $100 worth of gold in this country. The executive order didn't say we can't own gold in another country. And so, before the executive order took effect, there were some individuals and institutions who bought United States gold coins by the bag, and they began shipping bags of gold coins to banks in Europe.
And those bags of United States gold coins have been sitting in those vaults undisturbed since the early 1930s until now. Folks, these $10 St. Gaudens Indians are so rare. This is the first time we've ever been able to offer the 1926P, and especially an MS-64, folks. Remember, folks, these coins were not made for collecting back then. They were struck for commerce. They were meant to be spent. So the mint tried to produce the most coins possible without a lot of concern about the quality. The coins were struck on a high-speed press, ejected into a bin. One coin would fall on top of another, collecting dings, gouges, and scuffs along the way. They would go through coin counting machines. They would go through the inspection and adjustment department. And from there, they would be dumped into bags. And the bags would be thrown onto trains. And these bags were heavy. So they didn't gingerly place them on the train. They would literally throw them on. The coins would then be rattling around for weeks on the train, abrading with each other and accumulating all kinds of bag marks, long before they even arrived at the banks across the country. And these heavy coins, struck in gold, a very soft metal, would acquire what is referred to as bag marks. And you can see from looking at this example, here's a typical double eagle. And you can see from the deep cuts and gouges, simply from abrading and colliding with other coins. Look at the deep cut along the rim and a deep gash in Liberty's waist. This coin is not even gradable. Here's another one. And you can see a deep cut along her upper cheekbone there, a deep scrape at the bottom part of her neck and back of her head. Again, this is all from contact. These are large, heavy coins. And this is why it is so hard to get high-quality, uncirculated coins, and why it's so exciting when we have these coins in this outstanding quality today. And to survive in this condition, folks, you look at this coins, these were among the finest examples from these bags. Yeah. Let's take another look at these incredible St. Gaudens Indians in mint state 64 condition. Again, Jack, as you noted, the finest surviving example of the 1926P is an MS-66.
Right.
These are among the finest known. MS-64 is an extraordinarily well-preserved specimen.
Yeah, these are lovely.
It's really the perfect grade for this coin, because if you went to an MS-66, you'd be spending probably $100,000.
They can get expensive.
You know, and so these MS-64s, folks, are available. We got such a great opportunity. When we acquired these from the great European gold hoard, we were able to cherry pick the finest examples and pass our good fortune, our savings, on to you today. You take a look at these, folks. These large, heavy coins, so relatively free of any kind of abrasion. Now, these coins are called gold eagles because up until 1850, this was the largest denomination ever struck in gold.
Right. When the mint started striking coins in the 1790s,
Yeah.
the $10 was the largest denomination, so they wanted to give it a special name.
That's right.
As their kind of centerpiece coin. They called it the eagle.
Here's a size comparison of the various gold coins struck by the U.S. Mint in those early years. On the far left, you have a $1 gold piece, very small. It's smaller than a dime.
Yeah.
The $2.50 gold piece is actually about the size of a dime, wouldn't you say? Pretty close to that.
Yeah.
And then you have a $3 gold piece, and then for a very short time, they had a $4 gold piece called a Stella, and then a $5 gold piece, Liberty design, which they began striking in the 1830s, and then the $10 gold piece Liberty design, which again, they started striking in the 1830s. The last year it was struck was 1907. And then in 1907, they began striking the St. Gaudens Indian. And the last year this coin was struck was 1933. The 10 was the largest denomination, and so it was referred to as the eagle. Just look at this coin, Jack. Struck in 1926, almost 100 years old. So well struck. You can see all the details, so few marks. This coin was sitting in a vault
in the corner of a vault somewhere in a bank in Europe since the 1930s. And it's the only reason they have survived today in the condition we have them, folks. It's the only reason. Because normally all the other coins were turned in, they were melted down. These are the survivors that should not exist, but for the fact that you had some individuals shipping gold coins, United States gold coins, to banks in Europe for safekeeping. It's a miracle that we're able to offer these for you today. Look at that, beautiful 26. And then the reverse of the coin.
Yeah, I love the reverse on this. You know, we don't talk much about this, but Roosevelt told St. Gaudens to look to the ancients for inspiration, and not just for the ideals and stuff, but literally at their coins.
Right.
This eagle is very similar to the eagle that was on a coin, a Roman coin of Hadrian.
Yes,
yeah. And it's actually a very similar eagle that was used on the reverse of Roosevelt's inaugural medal that St. Gaudens designed. So it's kind of a theme that St. Gaudens was kind of running with, but it's a gorgeous eagle.
Yeah, Roosevelt loved the classical coinage, and that's what the inspiration of the Renaissance era is all about. You look at that eagle, you can see all the breast feathers, or just as they were struck as they came from the mint, folks. And here we have them in Mint State 64. Now, the best part of all, of course, is the price. Again, the key to our success, folks, when we get a great deal, and when we're first in line, when these coins come out of the great European gold hoard, we pass our good fortune on to you.
Right.
We don't charge what the market will bear. You look at what some of these coins have sold for in the past, and these were decent prices for a 1926 and MS64, and this was, you know, back in 2006, gold was about $500 or $600 an ounce.
Right.
Today, it's around $1,800, $1,900 an ounce. So back then, $500, $600 an ounce, and it's sold for around $3,500, or around 6 or 7 times the gold value.
Right.
And here's another one that sold for almost over $3,700. Again, 6 or 7 times the gold value. Again, folks, this is not based on what the market will bear. It's based on our good fortune and passing our good fortune on to you with some great, great prices. We'd like you to take advantage of this. This is one of those presentations when we're talking about rare United States gold, that once these are gone, we cannot replace them at the prices we have them today.
Right.
Folks, call in now. We have a limited quantity of these. That should be really obvious by now. 1926p, St. Gaudens, $10 Indians, Mint State 64. Not AUs or Mint State 60s or 61s, MS64. The finest known example is a 66. We've got these coins for only $2,395 a coin. $23.95. Again, when gold is around $1,700, $1,800, $1,900 an ounce, we're able to offer one of these coins for only $2,395.
Right, and we also have that two-pay option, Rick, too.
Yes,
so if people want to put one of these away, and it's just to make it a little easier, we want as many people to be able to take advantage of this offer as we can. So we have a two-pay option. You pay $1,197.50 now. We hold the coin in our vault for safekeeping for you. In 30 days, you make a second equal payment, and the coin's yours. A great way to get in on a coin like this.
This is really a perfect time, folks, to buy truly rare, classic, early United States gold coins. Here we have gold at, you know, very strong, near record prices.
Right.
And we're able to offer these $10 Indians for record low premiums. And that's what's most important. There was an article that came out. And I'd like to read this to our new viewers. Its title, Is It Time for a New Perspective on Generic Gold? Now, when they're talking about generic gold, they're talking about the most common gold.
Right.
You know, the easiest to find gold. And 1926p is a much tougher date, especially in Mint State 64. But here's the key sentence in this whole article. And it's as if they've been watching our shows, Jack, because this is what we've been telling you folks, our viewers, that there has not been a time in recent memory when pre-1933 gold coins were obtainable for so little over spot. And what they mean by that,
like we showed you in those comps, when gold was around $500–600 an ounce, those 1926 Ps were selling for $3,500–3,800. 6 or 7 times their gold value. Here we have gold at around $1,700 to $1,900 an ounce. So the gold has gone up 3 times, but we're able to sell these coins for only $23.95,
Right.
over $1,000 less
Right.
than what they were going for back then.
Right. And the other thing that really gets me excited about this is, we look at that rarity of this coin. We compared it to that 1932. This coin is about 3 times rarer in Mint State
Yeah.
64. 3 times rarer. But we're selling it
Yeah.
at the same price as a 1932 would go for. We're selling it at the common date price for a coin. I mean, in theory,
Yeah.
this coin could be worth 3 times as much money.
Yeah.
And we could get it, but we're not going to ask that
Yeah.
because, like you said,
Yeah.
we're selling it based on our price. We got a great deal, and we're going to pass that on to you. So you get a rare coin at a common date price.
This, folks, this is the time to buy, okay? It's not, the time to buy is not when these coins are selling for 10 times their gold value, okay? And that's happened in the past. The time to buy is when the premiums are at these record lows. You've got all the upside. You've got these beautiful classics. These are coins you want to keep in the family. This is part of our history. These are national treasures from the Renaissance era, coins that should not have survived. A small group of these have survived that were sitting at a European bank since the 1930s. And we're able to pass our good fortune on to you today with these great prices. These are coins if you can afford more than one, get more than one while we have them. We have a limited quantity. These are coins you want to pass on to your kids, your grandkids. These are true national treasures. And these are the kind of coins that Jack and I specialize in.
Right.
I think, Jack, it's been the key to our success here on Rare Collectibles TV since we first started in 2014, offering the viewers the kinds of coins that they just won't find anywhere else.
Right. Again, for only 2 payments of $1,197.50, and you can add one of these great, one of the most incredibly beautiful coins in existence to your collection.
From Jack and I, we want to thank you for watching this presentation. We're the Coin Guys. I'm Rick.
I'm Jack.
Please stay tuned for our next presentation, though, coming right up. We've got another great numismatic opportunity. Hi, I'm Rick Tamaska.
And I'm Caitlin Tamaska.
Thank you for watching Rick's U.S. Coin Show.
Stay tuned for another great presentation coming up next.
Jack and Rick here, the Coin Guys. What we have, Jack, is huge. Huge as in the best we have ever handled, ever seen. This is truly extraordinary. This is something, the kind of opportunity, it reminds me of the Great European Bank Hoard, which featured some incredibly rare United States gold double eagles that we're able to offer our viewers at just below market prices.
Right.
This, folks, is the Great American Silver Dollar Hoard.
Right. And I'm sure people are wondering, but we have.
That's not even a half a bag,
No,
Jack.
this is just a small portion of the dollar hoard that we are sorting through and cherry picking the best coins.
Approximately 50 bags and these were uncirculated Mint State silver dollars. This is simply, it's the greatest hoard of uncirculated Morgan and Peace dollars that Jack and I have ever seen or handled in our lifetime. Again, approximately 50 bags, folks. This is one of the great silver dollar hoards in the history of U.S. numismatics. Bags and bags and bags put away for decades and decades and decades.
of uncirculated. I have to stress that. They're uncirculated. They're
Right.
never been in circulation.
Exactly. These aren't your
Mixed.
typical
Right.
circulated, low-grade, slick Morgan dollars, Peace dollars. That
And
you
we're
see.
going to show you the difference in just a few minutes.
Yep.
But there are mixed dates, all struck between 1878 to 1935. 1935 was the last year of the Peace Dollar series.
Right. Correct.
Jack, I do believe
Right.
that, you know, you and I, we work so hard, harder than any other coin team, I believe, in the country, to be able to find these most extraordinary, once-in-a-lifetime, rare coin finds for our viewers, you folks watching, and to be able to offer them at the lowest possible collector-friendly prices. As a collector, you and I are both collectors at heart.
Absolutely. Oh, yeah.
There is nothing more exciting and satisfying than knowing that we have a rare coin find that quite often represents a truly once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for our viewers.
Right, right. And in all my years, you know, I worked at Stax, Rare Coins in New York, the oldest auction house, the numismatic coin company in the country. Never did we have a hoard of brilliant uncirculated silver dollars like this.
Jack, you just mentioned Stax Auction House. Now, folks, you need to know a little bit about Stax Auction House. It's the oldest, most established rare coin auction house in the country, Jack.
Right.
You were a buyer at Stax for almost a decade.
Oh yeah, I worked in the counter there for over 7 years. I saw a lot of coins there. I mean, Stax goes back to the 30s, back to the Great Depression, and they've handled pretty much all of the greatest rarities in U.S. coins. You know, they handled the first U.S. silver dollar from 1794, and
Now,
it's an amazing
Folks,
coin.
He said the first U.S. silver dollar. He's not talking about the first year silver dollars were struck. 1794 was the first year they were struck. Jack is talking about the first 1794 silver dollar struck, period. The first silver dollar ever struck. Fine, extraordinary condition.
Right, and even a low-grade coin, it's about $100,000 coin. This particular coin, it's a special coin. You just look at it, you can tell this was not made like a normal coin.
Specimen 66. You were able to handle that with Stax Auction House.
When we got deals of silver dollars, and usually it was first off like a cigar box with like 5 coins or something. And once in a while, if we did get lucky enough where someone came in with a bag, a large quantity, those coins were circulated. They weren't uncirculated coins like we have here. They were just worn coins that people saved after they had been used in commerce for decades. So what we have here is just the most thrilling hoard of brilliant uncirculated Morgan and Peace dollars I've ever seen, and probably will ever see. I mean, this is just such a unique opportunity for a coin collector to be able to have this kind of group of coins.
Folks, other dealers, other shows may talk the talk, but Jack and I walk the walk. We have put together some of the finest collections for our clients over the years in Peace dollars, Morgan dollars, gold double eagles. We work so hard at assembling these sets that we have for you today because Jack and I recognize what a truly great buying opportunity cherry picking the finest Morgan and Peace dollars represent for you folks out there watching today. This is a great collector-friendly opportunity. If you've never acquired a rare Peace dollar before, this is the time to start. The set we've assembled, Jack, we're calling it our perfect Peace dollar collection. It's the ideal combination, offering exceptional, eye-appealing, extremely scarce, and uncirculated Peace dollars at the lowest possible collector-friendly price. And today, Jack and I have cherry-picked some of the finest examples, selected especially for all our viewers who have never owned a superb, uncirculated silver dollar before. This is that moment in time to start collecting these coins, because not only have we selected some great high-quality examples of some great dates, but we have them again at a great collector-friendly price.
Right.
Please take a look at the first coin we were offering that Jack and I have selected for you folks in this collection.
The coin we have here is the 1923 Philadelphia P Mint. And you can see these are just beautiful
It is
coins.
stunning. Boy, look.
Look at that luster.
We're going to have a close-up on this. This is a brilliant uncirculated, folks, and that is so important because Morgan and Peace dollars are all about condition rarity. Look at this coin. It looks like it was just struck.
That's stunning.
Yeah, you have to understand, folks, these coins were struck. They were dumped into bins. One coin would fall on top of another. They all have a lot of bag marks, almost all of them anyway. From the bin, they go through coin counting machines, and then they're dumped into bags. They were thrown on the trains across the country.
Right.
To survive an uncirculated condition is so unique.
No, it's a minor miracle.
And usually they're very heavily bag marked.
Right.
Here's some Peace dollars, Jack. I went into a local coin shop that I bought, and most people probably have Peace dollars or Morgan dollars in their home.
Right,
but
right.
like you say, they're almost always circulated. For example, this is happens to be a rare date. In uncirculated condition, this coin is worth thousands and thousands of dollars. 1934. Struck at San Francisco,
but this particular coin is far from uncirculated.
Yes,
this is
like
like
very heavily circulated, and this is how most of your Peace
very
dollars.
fine or so, maybe.
Yeah. Here's another example. 1926. Now, Jack, though, even if they're uncirculated, they're again usually heavily bag marked.
Right.
Here's, folks. I have your typical uncirculated 1923P. Now, before the show, I cracked this holder around the edges. You can see it's all broken around the edges, so I'll be able to remove the top.
You have to use a hammer. These NGC is pretty. These holders are not easy to open.
You have to whack it really hard.
You have to damage them pretty seriously.
To get it. These are airtight holders. By the way, these holders that you see by NGC, they're state-of-the-art holders. These are the holders that the Smithsonian uses for their collection. So anyhow, you can see at the top there, it's graded at mint state. It's a mint state 60. But it's a low, it's a mint state 60. I'm going to take the top now that I broke apart so I could remove it. We could zoom in and you could see the typical bag-marked, uncirculated Peace dollar. And you could see all the marks over the surface of the coin and the face, just myriad marks all over the surface, just through the process of minting the coin.
Right.
They're struck, dumped into bins, go through coin counting machines,
sorted,
thrown into
counted.
bags. Exactly.
Oh, yeah,
and so even though it's never been in circulation, it has a lot of marks on it.
And those mint bags are heavy. I mean, you have to imagine this coin is in a bag of 1,000 coins.
Very heavy.
It's about 55, 60 pounds of coins. And when they're moving these on trains into banks and stuff, these guys are not tenderly putting them. They're tossing them and dropping them, and they're just banging against each other.
Now, we're talking about condition rarity.
Right.
There are two kinds of rarity when we're talking about rare coins, folks. First of all, there's coins with absolute rarity. Right. One of the most famous coins, 1913 Liberty Nickel.
Right, very famous.
They only struck 5 in proof.
Right.
So even if you own the lowest grade example of the 5, it's worth
millions of dollars.
Millions of dollars.
Oh, yes.
Even though it's the lowest grade, because it's rare in any condition. Morgan dollars and Peace dollars were struck in the hundreds of millions. Most of them that are circulated, like these coins here, I was able to pick them up at the coin shop for $35, $40. But to get them in uncirculated condition, this is where they become really rare. Here's a chart showing the total number of Peace dollars struck through the entire series. Peace dollars were struck from 1921 to 1935. Over 24 different dates and mint marks. Over the entire series, they struck about 190 million coins. But of those, only 1.3 million have been certified in uncirculated mint state condition. That's less than 1%.
Right.
That is what's called condition rarity. Less than 1%, folks. That's why when you look at the values of uncirculated Peace dollars over the last many years, here's a chart that compares the price of bullion to the price of uncirculated Peace dollars. Now, Jack and I have never promoted bullion on our show. I mean, I remember a lot of shows would talk about bullion, I remember back in 2012 when silver bullion was around $32 an ounce. They were telling their clients to back up the truck because all these experts were predicting silver would be worth $100, $200 an ounce by the end of the year, or by the year after. I mean, these experts, to me, they were like the proverbial broken clock. They were, they were right twice a day. You never heard about all their lousy predictions, like the fact that silver's around $25 an ounce. So all those people that backed the truck up, they're really in the hole. On the other hand, we have talked about uncirculated Morgan dollars and peace dollars. Back in 2012, a complete uncirculated set of peace dollars, and just lowest grade Mint State 60 was around $4,000. And here we are, while silver has gone down in value, the price of an uncirculated Mint State 60 peace dollar set has increased in value dramatically because of the condition rarity. They're not minting or mining new uncirculated peace dollars. They were last struck in 1935. What there was, what they struck is all there is. So when we came across this hoard that had been put away for decades and decades and decades, and today we get to pass our good fortune on to you. The first coin we have in this set, the 1923p. Take a look at these 23p's we have for you today, folks. We've got these 23p's. You take a look at these. If you want one example, call in now. We've got 6 different peace dollar dates in total in this set, but we're starting with the 23p because this is the most common date in the set. It's the most common peace dollar, but in an uncirculated condition, it's a scarce coin. We've got these coins for only $69 a coin for a 1923p cherry-picked by Jack and I. Hand-selected, choice, brilliant, uncirculated condition. $69 a coin if you've never bought a Morgan dollar or a peace dollar before. This is the perfect time to start, to get a brilliant, uncirculated example, not a circulated piece. Again, I've seen shows where they show silver dollars and they're circulated. Most peace dollars are circulated.
I mean, these are coins that are virtually 100 years old now, and they look like they're brand new.
Exactly.
And they're not. They're almost 100 years old.
And it's only $69. Now, here's where it gets even better. I've put together this chart where I'm listing all the Morgans and peace dollars in uncirculated condition in order of their condition rarity, from the most common dates to the rarest dates. And this first page here are the most common dates. And there you see the 23p at the top. The next coin you're going to get is a 22p, considerably more elusive than the 1923p. We pulled a couple comps for the 1922p here, Jack. There's an MS61, kind of some toning that doesn't look so attractive. MS61 for $500. There's an MS63 for $632. That's the one that sold in auction. That's sold in auction for $632. There's one in MS62. Again, that looks like, it doesn't look very attractive to me, for over $1,800. Okay? Take a look at the 22Ps we have here, folks. The 23P is $69. If you want to add a 1922P to your collection, you get the 2 coins, folks, for $119.95. In other words, the 22P is an additional $51. The pair for only $119.95. If your coin budget is only $150 a month, this is the perfect place to start. A beautiful, brilliant, uncirculated 1923P, and then the next coin, the 1922P. And now, Jack, this is where it gets even better, because you look on that page. The third coin we have is the 1925P, and it's considerably rarer. About 6 times rarer than the 1923P. Only around 55,000 examples certified in uncirculated mint state condition. Extremely elusive. You take a look at the 25P we have.
that we are including in this set. Again, we bought this incredible silver dollar hoard of mixed dates. And when we get good fortune that comes our way, there's nothing we enjoy more than passing that opportunity on to you.
So it's not 6 times as much money.
It's not 6 times, exactly. It's not 6
should
times.
be.
It's not 3 times, it's not double as the price. In fact, folks, you get all 3 coins for only $179.95. Less than $60 for all 3 coins. $60 each, $179.95 for the 3-coin set. It really doesn't get any better than that. $179.95 for a beautiful, brilliant, uncirculated 1923p, a 22p that's even more elusive than the 23, and then a 25p that's about 6 times rarer than the 23p. I'm getting you should talk for a while.
It's so
now, Jack. I'm getting
I understand.
here.
It's exciting when we get coins that are this beautiful and we can offer them at these kind of prices. It does get a little. It can be a little overwhelming.
Now,
I mean,
we already have people calling in. Again, there's 6 coins total that we're offering today, folks. We have people calling in. We've Jack. We have some open lines, but I understand we've already had some people ordering the complete 6-coin set. They haven't even seen the other 3 coins yet. Well, let's go to the second page here.
Yeah, because they get rarer and rarer.
This is where Jack and I really knock it out of the park, because now we're getting into some really, really rare coins. Second page, we're calling these the scarce dates. You can see there are no peace dollars on this page. There's some Morgan, they're all Morgan dollars. You have dates like the 81cc and the 85cc on that page. Those are $1,000 in uncirculated mid-state condition.
Famous coins, 78cc. Those are some famous rare coins.
But the coins next coin we have, Jack, is even rarer than the coins that are on this page.
That's exciting.
The next page we have a couple peace dollars on there, 21p. That's really rare. Here's a couple 21Ps I have here, Jack. Now, we're not offering the 21P, but you see it's highlighted in black there. But a 21P, here's one MS60 details, and this is a PNG deal. MS60 is a $550 coin. Again, uncirculated MS60, but again, clean,
right,
details.
Damaged coin.
It's damaged. It's pretty much like a circulated coin once you clean it, folks. Right. None of the coins we offer are cleaned or damaged. They're brilliant uncirculated specimens that Jack and I have gone through with a fine-tooth comb and cherry-picked out of these bags. And this coin by itself is $550. Here's another example. Same thing, details, meaning it's been cleaned.
Right.
A PNG dealer, Professional Numismatist Guild.
Right.
That's a tongue twister. I'm a PNG member. Again, it's a $500 coin. The coin we have is even rarer than the 21p. It's on the next page. Take a look at this. This is extraordinary, Jack. This is where we were so fortunate, folks, to get a handful of these rarer dates in some of these bags. Because the next coin we have is a 22D. 22D.
And as you see there with those pops, much scarcer
only
than
7,500 coins certified. There are coins on this page, folks, in mint-state condition that are $1,000, $2,000 and more.
Easily.
Take a look at the 22D we have. This is the 4th coin in the set. The 4-coin set with the 22D is $269. That's all 4 coins, not just for the 22D, all 4 coins. 1922D. Now the mint mark on these peace dollars is fascinating.
Yeah.
The mint mark on the reverse, when you turn it over, it looks like they use the same mint mark for the Mercury dimes.
Yeah, it's very small.
Tiny.
It's just there below the word 1, just above the eagle's feather, tail feather there. Near the rim, it's about 7, 8 o'clock.
There we go. We're zooming in there. Now you can see the tiny little. That is the mint mark on the peace dollar.
But it's so important. It's so important to designate this coin was struck in Denver.
Yes, because the 22D is over 10 times rarer than the 22P.
Right.
And so the 22D is in the set, and the whole set is only $269. So we're passing our good fortune on to you. We got a handful of some of these rare dates, a 5th coin in the set. Well, Jack, we had to have a peace dollar struck at the San Francisco Mint.
yeah, of course.
Peace dollars were struck at 3 mints: Philadelphia, Denver, San Francisco.
Right. Right. So we needed to add an S mint. We decided on the 22S.
We're so lucky
Again,
to get some
tough date.
22S's.
Oh yeah, tough date. You saw on that chart, there's about 6,300 coins graded, mint state.
6,300 coins.
So a much tougher date, and we thought that was important to add some of these tough dates. As we're going through this hoard, we're finding coins, we're figuring out, what is there enough to make a few sets. And we found these coins. We thought this is the perfect coin to put in this set. It's an S mint, so condition rarity, tough date, scarce coin.
So fortunate to find some of the 22S's in this bag. So we're able to offer it at this kind of price.
Right. Yeah. This is just $379, and that's not for the 22S. That's now for the 5 coins. The 4 prior coins we talked about. Adding in this 5th coin, just $379. And there's some, as you know, obviously we're getting into some much scarcer dates. That 22S.
There you see the S,
the 22D.
Yes, again, the tiny mint mark there, Jack.
Right, yep.
There's a San Francisco mint mark. That's, again, so important. This is not a 22p. This is about, 30 times, 40 times, 50 times rarer than a 22p?
Right, much rarer.
Absolutely. A 22 San Francisco mint peace dollar. And that's all for $379. Now, folks, again, we got a lot of people calling in the 6-coin set. We said it's a 6-coin set. Sasha, what's the 6th coin? Let's continue on with our chart here, our condition rarity chart. What's next on that chart?
Oh, it's not even on that page.
It's not on that page. Let's go to the next page. Where is that coin? Here we are, the last coin in the set. Here we get into the extremely rare dates, fewer than 4,000 certified. Wow. We did get some 23Ds, Jack, only 3,600 graded. And you look there, for example, 1879 CC. Folks, 1879 CC, I mean, even in AU condition.
Oh yeah,
AU
famous.
condition is a $4,000 coin.
It's a famous coin, 79cc. Everybody collects Morgan's.
Yeah.
Knows that is a hard coin to get. It's an expensive coin.
Typical low-grade example, MS62, which is a good grade, but it's over $6,000, and that's where the market is for 79cc. Well, you're getting into silver dollars that have incredible condition rarity. So going back to that chart there, we've got this last coin to find a handful of these 23Ds in these bags.
Right.
You take a look at this, folks. We've got the last coin, the entire 6-coin set. Jack, it's $595. That's less than $100 a coin.
That's a great
including
value.
the 23D.
Yeah, this is an extraordinary value. This is just a great value. I mean, those 3 mint-marked coins there alone, we just showed you on the rarity chart how few of them exist in mint state. Those 3 coins alone could easily cost well over $600. But for $595 for this 6-coin set, plus on top of it, we're going to put it in a nice wood box for you to store them in. It's a great collection for the price. It's just an extraordinary price for this collection.
Yeah, we've got this presentation box for the 6-coin set, folks. This peace dollar collection. Again, we've got a lot of folks call. Do we have any open lines here? 2 open lines. Jack, we are not doing our job here. We shouldn't have any open lines for this.
Right.
Folks, well, let me just circle back a little bit.
Let's make sure they understand just how rare these coins
I've handled
are.
some of the finest silver dollar collections. I've assembled some of the finest.
Absolutely.
My clients have gotten awards for some of the...
Right.
Sasha, where is that plaque for one of my clients? For the finest known Morgan dollar collection in 2006.
Right.
I have clients who have some of the finest known silver dollar collections. That was the #1 set on the NGC registry. And here we have some extraordinary peace dollars, a horde of peace dollars and Morgan dollars, the likes of which I have never handled. You never handled in your years at Stax.
Right.
We were really fortunate, and the nice thing is we're able to assemble this in such a way that even if your budget is only $100, we're starting with the 1923p because that was the coin that was the most common in these bags.
Right.
We're able to offer the 23p's for only $69 a coin. And if you want to get more than one 23p, you can get more than one. You can get 10 or 20 if you want.
And they're $69 a coin.
But then if you want to build a set, the second coin we have is a tougher coin, considerably more difficult, the 22p.
But we're able to offer the pair for only $119.95. In other words, an additional $51, an even lower price than the 23p.
But then this is where we start really, I mean, this is a triple right here. If you can afford 3 examples,
For $179.95,
we're including the 1925p, which is about 6 times rarer than the 23p. Here's where you're getting to some really scarce coins in uncirculated mint state condition. But then this is where we really knock it out of the park, because the fourth coin is the very scarce 1922D. In fact, on my rarity chart, it's a rare date. Only 7,541 examples certified in mint state condition by NGC. And we've got this 22D included in the set, all 4 coins,
for only $269.
Now, I understand we've got a lot of people buying the entire 6-coin set. The entire 6-coin set's $595, but this 4-coin set for only
$269 is a tremendous value if that's your coin budget.
That's a great place to start.
Right.
You can't do any better than that. Now, the 5th coin we have, because you're getting that 22D, now the 5th coin we have includes, as you point out, a San Francisco mint issue, the 22S, which is even rare, only 6,400 examples certified. So you're getting all 3 mints, the P, D, and S in the 5-coin set, and you're getting it all for $379. So we're getting a lot of people calling in. Do we have any open lines? The lines are currently locked right now. If you just hold on, we will get to you, folks. Just be patient on this. This is a riveting offer. This is the perfect place to start, our perfect peace dollar offer here for the collector of today's. Such collector-friendly prices. The 5-coin set for only $379. But then, if you want the monster set, if you want all 6, we've got the 1923D.
Right.
Only 3,678 examples certified in uncirculated mint state condition. Could we get a hand shot of this last coin, Sasha? 1923D, and again, that tiny little Denver mint mark, which means everything, because this coin is about roughly 100 times rarer than the 23P.
Right.
Because it has that tiny little Denver mint mark there, right at about 8 o'clock, right above the tail feathers. And the whole set is only $595 in the custom case. This is the kind of set, folks, this is the kind of set that Jack and I specialize in, offering you coins with tremendous future potential, coins that offer tremendous eye appeal, quality, and rarity. And you're getting this entire 6-coin set for only $595, less than $100 a coin.
Yeah, I could easily see a few of these coins individually selling for that much money.
I mean, we talked about, again, some of the rarest Morgan dollars, like the 1893S. In just mint state 60, AU examples are $50,000, $70,000, $80,000.
Right.
The lowest mint state examples are over $100,000. And here we've got some really tough peace dollars, the entire set for $595, with tremendous condition rarity, tremendous eye appeal.
Right. Yeah, they're beautiful coins. Stunning.
These are our selections from this great American silver dollar hoard, an extraordinary hoard of approximately 50 bags of mixed states Morgan and Peace dollars that Jack and I have cherry-picked, because again, these are really choicer examples from these bags. And we were so fortunate to get some rare dates in these bags that we've been able to include in these sets at such collector-friendly prices.
Right.
Again, these are not your circulated peace dollars.
No, these are not these worn-out coins.
So important. These are
not
not
these worn-out coins.
They're uncirculated.
These are uncirculated coins. Like here, I'm just pulling coins out of the bag, and we cherry-picked, but we almost didn't have to.
We're very careful.
These bags were well taken care of. Like, look, I just pulled this right out of this bag. I mean, these are the kind of coins that that we're finding.
These bags were put away for decades
these are
and
just-
decades and decades, folks. Remember, the last peace dollars were struck in 1935. Some of these coins were put away in the 1930s. Okay, this is a long, long, old collection passed down through generations from the family where they had these peace dollars. It's extraordinary. It's the great American silver dollar hoard that we have here on Rick's U.S. Coin Show. So, in closing, this is the finest group of silver dollars we've ever handled. Right. It's extraordinary. I hope you can get at least one coin, that 23p, for $69 in brilliant, uncirculated condition. If you can swing the entire set, folks, please do so.
Oh, yeah.
From the Coin Guys, I'm Rick.
I'm Jack.
Hey, thank you for watching.
to be here.
But please stay tuned. Please stay tuned, because you never know what we're going to come up with next.
Thanks for joining us here on Rare Collectibles TV.
Hi, I'm Rick Tamaska, and this is Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Rick's U.S. Coin Show is a brand new show that brings you rare, high quality, and unique coins at the most affordable prices on TV.
My name's Jack McNamara, and I love coins.
We're the Tamaska girls, Kim
And Caitlin.
Here at Rare Collectibles TV, we know what kind of coins you want, because we're collectors ourselves.
I've been collecting coins for over 40 years.
I love finding coins all across the country and bringing them to you.
Whether you're new to coin collecting or an old pro, we've got the coins you're looking for.
After my first book, dealers began calling me the Cameo King.
Coin rarity and quality are what matter most to me.
Now that's eye appeal.
I do love Franklin's and Kennedy's.
Rare unique coins.
At the most affordable prices.
Coins are in my blood.
Now that's a beauty.
My goal is to bring you the ultimate in superb rare coins. Do you want the best? I am a huge admirer of General and then President Dwight David Eisenhower. I mean, he was our supreme Allied commander on the European front during World War II. The supreme Allied commander. In other words, he was in charge of all the other generals from all the other countries. And then after the war, he always considered himself a soldier. He never considered himself a politician. But in the early 1950s, both the Democrat and Republican parties talked to Dwight, and they felt, the country really needed his leadership at that point in time. And both parties were courting him. Dwight Eisenhower, he never considered himself a politician. He had no real interest in becoming president. But after some discussion, he decided he was going to run for president on the Republican Party ticket, simply because he felt he had more values aligned with the Republican Party at the time than the Democrat Party. And so he ran as a Republican. He had 2 very successful terms. He instituted our interstate highway system that we have today. Most importantly, 1957, really important civil rights legislation, integrating our schools throughout our country, was passed under his watch in 1957, and he had to enforce it with federal troops at the time. So he was a great American, and I was so pleased when the U.S. Mint decided to honor him with a silver dollar of his likeness. The Eisenhower dollar was struck from 1970